I'm trying to stream Final Fantasy 16. I need to make sure it comes live though. Okay, we're good.
Heard the bones fell favourably.
It's not been half a moon since Bellamy's tour.
That's what we signed up for.
Excuse me, you there? The gentleman with the sword? I cannot help but notice you bear the moon and stars. So you are an associate of the dames? Might I trouble you for some assistance? You'll be rewarded, of course.
And who exactly would I be assisting?
Oh, forgive me. I am Etienne, a humble merchant, though fortunate enough to count the dame among my acquaintances. I have business beyond these walls, but the guards have grown somewhat suspicious of my comings and goings of late. I was hoping someone might be kind enough to go in my stead. And who better than someone in the employ of the Vale's proprietress? Would you be willing to help a fellow in his hour of need?
Why not?
Marvelous. The task is simple enough. Pass through the gate and deliver packages to a few of my most valued clients. There are 3 in total: a grocer, an apothecary, and a distiller. You need only mention that the items you carry are fresh from the master's table.
Nothing dangerous, I hope.
Why, of course not. Merely trifles which folk beyond the checkpoint are keen to get their hands on. And though I cannot prevent you from peeking, I advise that you don't. Strongly advise.
Okay.
That's the day done then.
Drinks.
How about the veil?
With the right to confiscate any objects
You
forbidden
there!
by the throne.
Fancy a drop of the Empire's finest?
Fresh fish,
One of those
all
cans.
from the sea of prices.
I warn you now, I don't sell to your kind, whether you have the coin or not. Where's your master anyway?
Etienne sent me.
Didn't know he had his own bearer. Business must be booming. All right, quickly now, before the guards notice. That is no burden off my back. And this is for Etienne.
All this for a drink.
Not just any drink. The very best, specially distilled for my most discerning customers. The guards find that, they'll seize it before you can blink. You keep it well hidden, all right? If Etienne likes it, tell him there's more where that came from. For a price, of course.
Of course.
I have no business with Brand.
Eat a dick.
Well, I have business with you. A package. Fresh from the master's table.
I do not know you. Where is the merchant, Etienne?
Somewhere the gate guards won't be paying him or his affairs any mind.
Fine. Hand over the goods and be gone. This is lighter than usual. Branded, if I discover you have played me false,
I can always take it back.
you will do no such thing. Your master should cut out your insolent tongue. Had you been the tool of any other man, I would see you clapped in chains. Payment. Take it and get out of my sight.
Cigars.
Those cigars are worth more than your life. Do be careful.
Do you see anything you like? Come back again.
Are you gonna buy something?
However do they get that colour?
There's nothing here for your kind, Branded. Go on now. Shoot.
I have a delivery from Etienne. Fresh from the master's table.
Why didn't you say so?
I just did, asshead.
Times are hard. But this here'll make 'em less so. For a while, at least. Sorry about the welcome. I meant nothing by it. You wait right here. Here. You can tell Etienne I'm a man of my word.
Perfume.
Oriflamme's finest. Just as promised.
Perfume, cigars, and spirits. Someone has expensive tastes. The question is, how can they afford to maintain them? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
That's the day done then.
How about the veiled Word is that the legions are readying to march again.
The market's all right.
Ugh, you need not remind...
Ah, you have returned.
I believe these are yours.
Delightful. The dame will be pleased.
You don't say. And would she be pleased to learn what you had to exchange for those items?
You mean the crystals? No need to be coy, my boy.
Why not just tell me in the first place?
An honest man wears deception like shackles about his ankles. I couldn't risk you stumbling under the gaze of the guards. After all, we both know the punishment for dealing in unsanctioned crystals, even such morsels as I provide. And if you don't know what this day's work may have cost you, then, well, I dare say you'll sleep all the better for it. Despite the risk, our friends beyond the wall gladly give their finest and most treasured wares for the paltry crumbs I trade in.
I didn't realize crystals were so scarce here.
As scarce as chocobo teeth, hence the thriving market for even the scantest fragments. Do you think it vulgar that I profit from the hardship of others?
I think you're doing what you believe is necessary.
Yeah, indeed. And I don't doubt the dame would agree. A reward for a job well done. I have the goods I was commissioned to gather, and the guards are none the wiser. I thank you, as will our mutual friend when she hears of how you have aided me.
Are you waiting for it to heal on its own? Hurry up!
Looks like now's not the time. have something for you.
From the Chamberlain. Thank you. You need to leave. Now. Please.
Branded! Who told you to rest? Stoke those damn flames! And you! If you've got a message for me, out with it. If not, return to your post.
You look like you need a rest.
Not half as much as I need this. Thank you. I daren't eat it here, though. Not where anyone might see.
Has it always been this bad?
Oh, it was worse before the Chamberlain. I'd be dead without him. Me and many others.
That's something at least.
Enough! Curse you! Get away from me! You'll work faster next time if you know what's good for you!
Here. It looks like you need it.
The Chamberlain must have sent you, but alas, my work is far from over. If I don't go now, they'll beat me.
You need to rest.
But I won't. I've wounds to heal and bones to mend.
And what of your own hurts?
They'll wait. As will my hunger. Thank you, though.
A drover has more regard for his cattle than the Empire does its bearers. Anyway, I'd better head to the Vale.
All right. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Business, though not my own. The Chamberlain put me to work delivering food.
Ah, so he found someone to help him then. Just as well. I hear his friends back at court have been taking a little too much interest in him of late.
So he really is a Chamberlain.
There was a time when he was the Vale's most illustrious customer. Us girls thought of him as a generous uncle. He was one of the only people round here who seemed bothered by the way the Empire treats its bearers.
Rare for one in his position.
A fact not wasted on the dame. A little nudge from her is all it took, and he became the patron saint of Northreach's starving masses. My sisters and I may have lost an uncle, but bearers are being fed for a change, so we don't grumble. Much.
Glad to hear it.
Gives you faith, though, doesn't it? To know there are people out there like him. And you, for that matter. It's no wonder the dame's got a soft spot for you.
I better be going.
You wear the dame's brooch. She must trust you.
No, she didn't
You'll
give it
have
to me
have
for arts
look
and
for one
crafts.
of your colleagues. A woman by the name of Tatienne.
Yeah, that got my name.
She's still missing then. Oh, if only I'd comforted her.
You saw her before she disappeared.
The day before, she was in tears. She'd lost her comb, a gift from the dame. It wasn't anything fancy, but you could tell it meant the world to her. You see, Tatienne was an orphan, and she looked upon the dame as a mother, as do we all.
So she was upset.
And I didn't lend her my shoulder. But perhaps someone else did. Tatienne shared a room. Her chambermaid may have seen something. She's over there, sitting by the pond.
Thank you. Let's see what her chambermaid can tell us then.
So you're the new escort the girls have been talking about. And you've already been sent off on an errand, eh? Poor boy. You'll be knackered before the real work begins later on tonight.
I'm told you share a bedchamber with Tatienne. Did she say anything to you before?
Before she went missing. Only that she needed to meet with someone. She did mention a name, but I know exactly who she meant.
You do?
A lad from the garrison. Annoying little shit. Spent every guil he earned on Tatienne, and picked fights with anyone else who tried to buy her time. Followed her around like a lost puppy. Tatienne was flattered at first, but it didn't take long for her to get scared. She thought about saying something. But the dame was so proud of her for how much she was bringing in, and she didn't want to let her down.
This man from the garrison. Did you ever see him?
Of course I did. He tried to sneak into our room enough times. Slimy sod's got a scar over one eye. Claims he got it in battle.
You've been very helpful.
Don't let him get away with this. Find him, and you'll find her.
A man from the garrison. Seems a trip to the barracks is in order.
I heard Otto barking at his lot earlier.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I should talk to Holmes.
Clive, was it?
Take a seat, Clive. I'll fetch you a bowl of...
All right. Anything catch your eye? Seen enough?
Very well.
Have you come for a tale?
There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it. Did you learn everything you needed?
Are you gonna buy something or not?
That's the day done then. Drinks. How about...
Heard the bones fell favourably. To the Vale, then, is it?
I'm looking for a man with a scar over his eye.
Looking for a man? Does this look like a brothel branded? Fuck off.
Hold your tongue. He wears the dame's brooch. One word from him and the Vale's doors will be barred to us for good.
There's only one man in the garrison with a dodgy eye. His name's Yannick. I haven't seen him around lately, though.
On account of him being in Moor. Yeah, Yannick left a few days back. Said he had dealings with a merchant there.
The dame thanks you. Moor is the last village on the road to Oriflamme. I should let Isabel know where I'm headed.
That's what we signed up for.
Clive, tell me you bear good tidings.
That remains to be seen.
Oh, Tatienne, you could have told me.
This Yannick. The soldiers I spoke to believe he's in the village of Moor. According to them, he claimed to have some business with a merchant there. Though that wouldn't explain his continued absence.
And you plan on traveling to Moor to ascertain the truth?
Isn't that what you want?
Oh, it is, but I fear sending you there may cause more harm than good. The people of Moor are rather set in their ways. You'll find they have little love for bearers, and they will not hesitate to report one such as you to the constabulary. There is a man in Moor who owes me a favor. More than one, in fact. His name is Bertrand, and he works at the stables. Tell him I sent you.
I shall return as soon as I find something.
The markets are a veritable...
Ugh, you need not remind me.
That's enough for today, Branded.
Excellent.
This quest fucking kills me. These two quests are terrible. This quest in particular really fucked me up.
Have you seen my Chloe? I let her out of her pen while I did my chores, but she hasn't come back yet. I think she's lost. Please, can you help me look for her?
I can't promise I'll find her, but I'll try. Describe her to me.
She's beautiful white hair. She lets me stroke her when I'm sad. She's ever such a good girl. So quiet and kind. And she likes walking in the wheat. I know the fields are big, but she's never got lost before. Oh, she must be starving too. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. It is my job to feed her.
In that case, let's not keep her waiting. That's a lot of field to search. With a little luck, someone might have seen her. You work these fields? I need to ask you something.
A Branded. And an outsider at that, judging by the lack of manners. Why should I help you, eh? You tell me that.
Because a girl from the village asked me to find her pet, Chloe. Have you seen her?
Chloe, is it? Oh, little Lissette's plaything. Last I saw, the filthy creature was sniffing about the windmill. That girl's old enough to know she should tie her pet up when she's finished playing with it.
The windmill.
Off with you now. I won't have idle branded underfoot.
Chloe? More brown than white. You're not Chloe, are you, girl? Is that someone napping on the job? I hope they don't mind the interruption.
Oh.
The crystal's curse.
Chloe, I was calling you. Didn't you hear me?
When you find out it's a little girl, oh my god.
What's up now? You've slept long enough. It's time to go home. Chloe? Why did you already turn into a rock? I only made you do a bit of magic. You knew you were my favourite. None of the other Chloes had pretty hair. It could be months before Dad gives me another one. I have to wait until they're too tired to work anymore.
Is that all she was to you? A plaything? Do you really not care that she's dead?
She's not dead. She's a rock.
That? The crystal's curse? That's just how she died. And now she's gone forever. Giving another bearer her name won't change that.
No, don't say that.
It's true. And without that brand, she would have been just another girl. Somebody's daughter. Just like you.
But Dad said bearers don't have parents.
They do. Parents that give them away. Families they'll never see again. But you became Chloe's family when you took her in. Remember that. And remember her.
God, that quest hits you like a fucking sledgehammer. And they talk about how badly they see him, but man, they honestly treat them like a fucking dog.
I'm so sorry, Chloe.
With the only actual fucking hope being that maybe he got through to her and she won't treat bears like that in the future. She'll be a good person. So honestly, that whole thing is fucked.
Up, the lot of you. There's still work to be done.
You, branded, here, now. You're late. What kept you?
Late for what?
Did they tell you nothing? A wild beast is savaging my boy. Well, don't just stand there gawping. Rescue him.
All right. Where is he?
My, I see they've sent me a branded with a spine for a change. He's over that way, towards the coast. Go, and see that you kill the beast.
For someone whose son's in mortal danger, he didn't seem all that worried. Something's not right here. I need to be careful.
The wolf! It's going to eat me!
Not if I can help it. Stay back. I'll deal with this.
There, boy! Keep your distance, boy. Give them all you've got, boy.
That's enough.
Sick 'em, Torgal.
It's over.
No! You weren't supposed to kill Wolfie. You were supposed to die. Father will have you whipped for this. Bearers aren't supposed to win. They never win.
What is this? Your father said you were being attacked.
You're not supposed to talk. Stop looking at me like that. We were only having fun.
Having fun?
Why are you still speaking? Father will hear of this.
God.
The wolf's work, no doubt. But it's not the wolf that's to blame. Someone needs to put an end to this, before it happens again.
You, Brandy, come here. How dare you frighten my son? You slaughter his poor pet, and then have the gall to return, head held high. That wolf was trained. Better trained by far than your worthless kind. You are the entertainment, nothing more. And we are most certainly not entertained.
Nor am I. You'll pay for what you've done.
See? I told you, he talks too much. It's not right. I don't like him, Father.
You're not the Branded I bought, are you? How dare you deceive me? Well, the sins of the slave are the sins of the master. Go! Summon the unlucky wretch you answer to.
That unlucky wretch would be me. I'm my own master. I'm beholden to no one. And I take orders from no one.
Lies! Do you think I cannot see that brand on your face?
Shut your mouth and listen. Those bearers you killed, they were people. They felt fear and pain, just as you do. And unless you wish to share in their suffering, you would do well to remember we are not your playthings.
Father, he's scaring me.
How dare you threaten us? How dare you?
Can't we just buy another hound? A bigger one, a better one.
Of course, my son. I'll have the villagers fetch us another. With jaws powerful enough to nip this Branded's head clean off his shoulders.
I'm wasting my time. But I can't just leave those bearers lying out there. They deserve a proper burial. That much I can do at least. How many bearers have lost their lives to this nobleman's sport?
More victims of the nobles' games. You must be Clive.
How do you know my name?
The Dame. I'm in her service, like yourself. Never gets any easier, burying the dead.
Is that what you're here to do?
The mistress has me see to it that none are left to the crows. Since you're here, can you give me a hand?
Gladly. Let's put them to rest.
May their burden finally be lifted. I take it you slew the nobleman's pet?
I did. Though I expect they'll find another soon enough. And when it gets here, more bearers will die. How can they think so little of sending us to the slaughter?
Simple. Because you are not them. Bearers are tools when they're needed, and toys when they're not. And if one breaks, well, you can always buy another. Still, such attitudes don't always go unpunished.
Is this your doing?
Of course not. Wolves kill. It's in their nature. Invite one into your home, he's gonna tear your throat out eventually. Same with bearers. Fed or not, they don't lack for fangs. What will folk do when they bite back, I wonder? The realm's nest two murderous bastards, and I won't mourn the loss. Here. For their help.
You don't have to.
Take it. You never know. Our paths may cross again. Till then.
Had another branded drop in the field.
If the people of Moor are as intolerant as Isabel says, it's no wonder the Empire never sent my unit here. Are you Bertrand? The dame sent me.
Sounds about right. Only time I hear from her is when she wants something. Well, go on then. What is it?
Find her. A soldier who may have information on her whereabouts is rumored to have come here to meet with a trader.
Many traders stop to peddle their wares on their way to the capital, but only one's been seen quarrelling with a soldier.
Is he still here?
The trader? Oh, yeah. Stubborn sod stood his ground till the soldier got tired of shouting, from what I hear. If you seek him out, keep your head down. Fact is, folks round here would sooner hang a branded than help him. And that's even with the dame's brooch for protection.
Understood.
Weren't expecting any new branded until the new moon. You don't...
What's this? A branded? Where's your master? Must I call for a constable?
I come to you from Northreach, at the behest of the dame. Perhaps you've heard of her.
Why, of course I have. I am the good lady's servant. What is it that she requires of me?
Rumor has it you were seen arguing with a soldier some few days ago. A soldier with a scar over his eye.
Yes, that's right. He had a comb which he claimed was an antique. Said he wanted to trade it for a newer one. But old though it was, an antique it most certainly was not, as I told him. Nevertheless, he insisted that it was of great value and was quite vehement about my appraisal. I stood firm, however, and for all his bluster, he still purchased a new comb, albeit an inexpensive one.
And do you know where he went after that?
My customers aren't usually in the habit of telling me whither they are bound, but as it happens, this one did. Yonder ruins, strange as it may sound.
My thanks.
Not at all. I would do anything for the Dame. Anything. Be sure and tell her, won't you, that I was helpful. I mean, most helpful.
It smells of death here, Torgor. Wolves. We can't let them get any closer to the village. That's enough. That's enough. You lose. Damn it all. Bodies. A man and a woman. Well, the wolves have been busy. But the blood is long dry. So it is you, Tatien.
If that's true, then the body next to hers will be Yannick's. The girl Yannick went off to sea every night. You said her name was Tatien.
You. Did you follow me?
Now, why would I do that? Unless you think I'd have good reason to. But no. I was sent to find Yannick. By the looks of things, I have.
We both found who we were searching for.
Nah, he was a jealous sod. Couldn't stand the thought of his woman with someone else. Then one day he sees her with a new comb. Thinks she's got herself a new gallant. Tells the garrison he's going to find the man and kill him. We know it's all talk, but then he disappears off to Moor for some dealings and doesn't come back.
If you mean this comb, it was a gift from the Dame.
If only Yannick had bothered to ask, eh? He might not be rotting on a hill.
I think he meant to ask her something else. He stole the old comb and bought her a new one in the hope they'd wed.
Wed? Where would they have gone? Certainly not back to Northreach with a Dame waiting. And we all know what happens to deserters. Tell the Dame I'm sorry for her loss. When the lads come to collect Yannick's body, I'll see that Tatien is delivered to the Vale.
Is that wise?
Oh, there won't be any covering up this mess. The most we can hope for is that the Dame doesn't hold it against us. Speaking of which, I saw her in Moor just now. Could you tell her what happened? Might sound better coming from you.
I need to tell Isabel. Perhaps the comb will give her something to remember Tatien by.
Weren't expecting any new branded until the new moon. You don't think he's a
If it was a
You are still in one piece, I see. You will be pleased to hear that your companions have arrived. They said they would meet you at a little chapel to the east of here.
Thank you, but you needn't have come all this way just to tell me. I was on my way to see you.
You found her then? I see. My dear Tatien. It is by no means uncommon for a client to fall for a courtesan. Especially a client who's young and far from home. But rarely do such tales have happy endings.
I found this with Tatien. I believe it was yours.
Thank you for returning it. I shall see that it has a place on her pyre.
I should go.
Before you do, I have one last gift. A token of my thanks. The Vale counts among its patrons several high-ranking officers of the Imperial Army. According to one of the looser-tongued gentlemen, it would appear that the legions are planning to march south.
Or to mention the same thing.
But did he mention that it was all of the legions? This is no mere skirmish. Were I to guess, I'd say the Emperor planned to abandon the capital. But that couldn't possibly be true now, could it? Take care, Clive.
I will. And thank you again.
The dame said you would be coming. Your friends are waiting at the chapel atop the hill. Go now.
Oh, wait a minute. Do I have... Hold on.
Expecting any brandy.
What do you want? If that's what you want. Go on, take it. If that's what you want.
Yeah, there's one of the major points of no return.
Any trouble on the way?
None worth mentioning.
As I was telling Jill, it's worse than I thought. The capital's crawling with soldiers.
And here I am, the deserter come home.
Which is why we'll be taking the back door.
I hate the fact you never ever get to see this city and explore it.
Cheer up, you two. Can't think of a safer place in the Empire than a... brothel.
Really? Doesn't seem very private.
So then, how do we proceed?
We'll be using the glass gate. Tonight, just after sunset.
Where the shards are loaded for transport. That is one of the most heavily guarded points in all of Sambrec.
But not the most, which is a start. Besides, I know a shortcut straight to the heart.
A shortcut? And how exactly did you come to know about this fatal chink in the Empire's armor?
Let's just say I may have attempted something similar before. And may have ended up running for dear life after being discovered by Bahamut, but that's not important.
Sid, if the Mother Crystals truly are the cause of the Blight...
If? You wound me, Jill.
What I'm trying to say is, if the powers that be know all of this, why do they sit idle and allow it to continue?
In case you haven't noticed, the God-fearing people of this realm and their pious leaders care for but one thing, themselves. And they'll do whatever it takes to hold on to power. The rest of us are just a means to an end. The moment you raise your voice against them, you're decried as an outlaw, clapped in irons and slung in a cell to rot.
An outlaw.
Whoever controls the crystals controls the realm. But our kind can wield magic without them. To our rulers, we must seem the most convenient of tools. And the most dangerous.
But what makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
Does a nobleman weep for a broken mug? A torn tunic? Our fate means nothing to them. No, this isn't a battle you can win with words. Believe me, I've tried, but nothing ever gets through. The world is simply not ready to listen. So to hell with talking. If they won't give us a say, we'll decide our fates another way. You can't blame a man for wanting to bring an end to all this, can you?
I can't. But what of all the people you mean to rob of their comforts? Are you happy for them to call you outlaw?
Sid the Outlaw. Ah, that'll do me.
You might at least pretend to take this seriously.
Have a little faith, Jill. Even if you don't think much of my choice of digs. If it means my deeds will be remembered, I'll gladly play the role of villain. But first, we have a gate to crash. And once we're in, there'll be no turning back. So you best make ready. The world won't save itself.
not nearly enough men here.
Then it's fortunate the city guard doesn't take sentry assignment as seriously as you do. This bodes well.
Won't be a first. This may not be such a terrible plan after all.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
Only that your last secret shortcut was nowhere near as secret as you claimed.
Yeah, but that's half the fun of it. Life's too short for perfect plans. You want a plan that'll keep you on your toes, stop you growing old and complacent.
Worked for you, has it?
Clive, my boy, even life's smallest challenges offer the opportunity to grow and to change. You must embrace these moments. Allow them to suffuse your heart with a deep sense of fulfillment.
Narrowly escaping death at the hands of an enemy is not my idea of fulfillment.
Something wrong?
Not at all. Just wondering if the two of you had finished.
Right. We make for the Mother Crystal's heart as planned. Destroy it and the whole thing should come tumbling down.
And if the passage to the inner sanctum is guarded?
Then we embrace the moment and use it to grow and change. Come on, this way. Try to stay out of sight.
Obviously.
Don't worry, the passage is empty. All right, not quite empty. Let's get this over with. I swear this passage used to be secret.
Of course it did.
Perfect plans, Clive. Perfect plans. He never stood a chance.
You're welcome.
Gotta love Sid.
The main tunnel.
That would be my guess. There are sentries everywhere.
And all good things must come to an end. We might have a bit more company from now on.
Captain! To arms!
Where do they all come from?
Summon the cannoneer! At once!
That's enough.
I think this may be the moment I was talking about earlier.
What have we here? More insects come to be squashed? You will find my mortar and I only too happy to oblige.
With a talker.
Then let's shut him up.
something in the air.
Option.
It's ether.
Then we better make this quick.
God. Ah, you bitch.
Why won't you die?
Is he?
Oh, bollocks. He's gonna Kashyyyk.
Poor wretch.
Save your pity. He'll get none in return. There's nothing left of him but hatred and rage.
Let's end his torment.
Get him, boy! There, boy! Keep your distance, boy!
Really, bitch?
I'll be fine now.
Really, bitch?
You know what to do, boy. This time.
Oh, thank fuck.
I'll never get used to that. The Kashyyyk or no, he was still a man. A man who drowned in ether.
It's no way for anyone to go.
Come on.
God, duty's a death sentence in this place. Not that Sylvester cares. Ah, breathe deep of the blessing, my friends. Who said being a dominant doesn't have its benefits?
Sid, this is an ether flood.
There shouldn't be one here, should there? The workers couldn't survive this.
Well, it wasn't here last time, I can tell you that. Which means we need to be quick. The ether won't hurt us, but I'd rather not find out what it's done to everyone else.
That should help.
Here!
Oh, the miners. The guards.
Too far gone. The ether's made monsters of them. All we can do now is put them out of their misery.
Isabel said she thought the Empire might be planning to abandon the capital. Could this be why?
You said you could call her Isabel. Never mind. If ever there was a reason to open gates, an ether flood would be it. Those guards at the gate. They weren't there to keep people out.
They were there to keep the Akashic in.
Doesn't look that far. Right. Why-yo! Whoa! Some help.
Hold on!
Not quite as spry as I used to be.
I'll take that as a thank you.
Look on the bright side, eh? At least you won't get lost.
Sick of talking.
I see they replaced that wooden door with something a little more sturdy. On the count of 3?
What happened to 2?
Ask 1.
Once more.
Aye, seeing as you're trying now. As if that was going to keep us out.
Hey, how's it going, man?
The mother crystal's just up ahead.
Is it?
It's okay.
I can't see a thing.
Well, unless someone's moved it.
Had some issues broadcasting because fucking YouTube. That was pissing me off. Other than that, it's been pretty alright. YouTube keeps having a problem where, like, says I'm going live, but I haven't actually gone live. And I don't know it unless I check it, so it's really frustrating.
There's no one about.
I knew it would be big. But this...
There's literally a guy, Jim Bob, who's right here.
That's our way into the inner sanctum. You'd think they'd have patched that up by now. Sorry state the Empire's in.
Wait. You don't mean...
Aye. My little game of hide-and-seek with Bahamut ended here. At tragic cost to this remarkable architecture. Don't blame me, he started it.
But how did he make it out alive?
I walked. You should try it.
Oh no.
Them again.
Is there something you two want to tell me?
Maybe later.
How could those creatures from Phoenix Gate be here in the mines?
Are the two places connected somehow?
That I enjoy doing it. And that I have the determination to see it through. Till I get somewhere. I like playing games. I like talking about games. I like talking to people who like games about games. So, streaming combines all that shit together. And because, you know, some people get lucky. And they, you know, go viral, whatever. But the vast majority of people who get a following and streaming making content have been there for a long time. It doesn't just happen overnight for 98% of people. And even for the people who do get viral, it usually doesn't last.
When I was in the Imperial Army, soldiers assigned to the Glass Gate would tell stories about something they called the Guardian.
Can't say I saw anything like that when I was last here. Then again, I can't say I made it this far.
Let's just be careful then.
You know, plus, like I said, you know, well, I average about 10,000 views a month. Sometimes it's below that on slow months, or if there's nothing exciting coming out. Sometimes it's more than that, but I average about 10K a month, which isn't bad. Puts me in the top 10% of well, actually, puts me like in the top 1% of YouTubers. I think last time I checked my Social Blade, I was like ranked 8,000 or 9,000, and I know it sounds like, oh, 8,000, 9,000. That's 8 or 9,000 out of 150 million people that use YouTube in America. So that's still in like top 1%. So I may not quite be at fuck you yet, but I have already made it farther than 99% of other people do, so it's not like I'm just doing this and I haven't got any results. I've already come way farther than most people will ever come. So I'm at 398 subs. Once I get to 500, I can apply for monetization.
If I had to guess...
And it's like rolling a ball down a hill. Once I apply for monetization and I get it, which I should because I don't have any strikes against my channel, my stuff isn't like graphic or anything, I should get some money coming in for one, and for two, once YouTube starts makes you a partner, they've recognized, okay, you have enough that we're making money off you, so they're gonna push me in the algorithm. Okay, so it's like rolling a ball down a hill. You'd be amazed at just what YouTube pushing you in the algorithm can do. Where it just suggesting you a little bit. Just one time I got in the algorithm somehow briefly when I was doing a Cuphead stream, and before I knew it, I had like 150 people watching me at once, and had like 2,000 total viewers in a single stream. So, and that was just because I happened to be at the right place at the right time, and get pushed in the algorithm. So if I get to partner status and they start regularly pushing me in the algorithm, I'm going to see it quickly get. It's just about climbing that hill.
Another victim of the flood.
Well, if it's a fight he wants.
Ready, Clive?
Always.
Too slow. Sick of Torgal.
Come on. And that's partially why a lot of people don't make it as YouTubers. It's because they don't have the determination to see it through. Not that I blame them. It's just like when you go in for YouTube, you have to do it a lot, and you have to do it consistently. YouTube wants people that will keep people coming back, that consistently upload, because the longer the people stay on the site, the better. The more ads they see, yada, 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 okay? So YouTube wants people who are consistent, who upload every day. And if you do that and you upload every day, you will see your videos gain traction, because you do like, oh, okay, this person is uploading every day. They're having a lot of people watch, so pushes you in the algorithm. And, a lot of people don't have the time. Not that, like I said, I blame them, and I, thankfully, am lucky enough that I, have a situation where I'm able to do that. So I'm trying to make the most of it.
to now. Clive, look out!
You know, and there's a reason why all these people want to be streamers, but very few people actually make it, and that's one, they don't have the consistency to stream every day, or they just don't have the time. Two, they aren't good or funny, because that's the thing about streaming, is you either have to be good at the game, like actually talented, funny if you're not good at the game, because there's tons of streamers that suck at games, but they're so entertaining, people don't give a fuck, or both. And then, you know, last but not least, you have to have something that sets you apart. I like to think that I'm reasonably entertaining. I am pretty good at games, I'm not like the best, but I'm definitely above average. And I'm definitely not here acting like everyone else is, so... And I have the determination to see it through, so... And like I said, it's slowly, but I'm getting there. My... hold on a second. Yeah, I'm sitting at about 7,000 views in the last 30 days. My views are a little bit low, but it's not like anything major. I have about 117 hours of watch time, which is pretty good. And then my lifetime views are 357,000. So over 250,000 people have seen my shit, which is not nothing. And to be fair, I have come significantly farther than from where I started, okay? When I started YouTube, when I started streaming and making videos and all that shit, it literally took me 2 years to get 10,000 views. And then it took me another year to get 100,000. And then it took me another year to get 300,000. And in, it's what, April? And I'm already at 350,000. So we're not even halfway through the year yet. I'm already at 50k views. So, you know, I went from taking a year, 2 years to get 10,000 views to getting it consistently just under or over a month. Plus, it helps that I genuinely love what I'm doing. If I didn't love what I was doing and I was just doing it just for the results, then I probably wouldn't have stayed with it as long as I have. This year, this November, I believe, will be 5 years. I started this channel in November of 2019. Ah, fuck, here we go.
Not this time.
Ah, you bitch.
Too slow. There's a good boy.
Plus, you know, I met a lot of cool people along the way, you know? People like you, other people, shit like that. So, you know, I've met a lot of people. I made a lot of friends from doing this. It may be small, but I built up my own community of people that like my streams. I have people who watch me every day, like literally every day. I have people who tell me, you know, they love to watch me stream, and it's just a highlight of their day. You know, and that stuff means a lot to me. If I can entertain people and help them get through the day, that's great.
My wounds, boy. I'll be fine now.
God, I almost killed this fucker. Yeah! Fuck you! And I'm planning to take my streams up a notch. I plan on all my content. I plan on doing more commentary videos. I'm planning on doing more reviews, skill videos, stuff like that. You know, just stoking more shit in the fire. The more irons in the fire, the better. So, hopefully I'll be able to kick my views up even more. Since I'm, you know, doing more types of videos, getting more viewership. And if not, you know, it can't hurt to try.
Are you all right?
Fine.
The inner sanctum lies just beyond. Chances are the palace guard knows we're here. We should move. Not that any sane commander would send his men into a place awash with this much ether. Clive. If this all works, and the blessing fades, things are likely to get worse for our kind before they get better. Being the last to wield ether will make our talents that much more sought after. By which I mean hunted. I just hope, in the end, they'll see that we didn't have any other choice. That it was the only way to get us to a better place.
And here I was thinking I was the uncertain one. Luckily, 2 out of 3 of us have faith in you.
Then it all starts here. Time to earn that menacing title. Sid the Vicious, was it?
Ah, that's funny. Sid Vicious. He's a rock star.
We're almost there. Anyone having second thoughts?
Not me.
We're with you to the end, Sid.
Then what are we waiting for?
It's beautiful.
The heart of Sunbreak.
Yep, this is when things get pretty fucking bad. This is kind of when things go tits up.
Well, that didn't work.
Ah.
I think we're gonna need a bigger sword.
Mine's bigger.
Thank you, Clive, but I meant that figuratively. The core's clearly made of sterner stuff. Taya's going to have a fit when she hears about this. Stand back. It's about to get cramped in here. That's more like it.
Clive, look.
What is that?
Sid!
Ifrit, I need Ifrit. Come to me. I can't do this without you.
Not again! Where are you?
is when you get the first glimpse of the true bad guy of this game, Ultima.
Where the hell am I? I've been here before.
You again. Where are you? What do you want? Fuck. It's still alive. Out of my head! I don't answer to you. By the flames. Who's that? Yeah. What else can he do? Wake wind!
Nope. That's a problem.
That power isn't yours. But this is mine.
Fuck yeah! Different!
I remember now. I had a fire.
Yeah! Let me see. Here we go. Backdraft after a fireball burst. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah! Hey, let me now, bitch! Still trying. Okay, hold on. Okay, gotcha.
It's done.
Ah, shit.
How many more could there be?
Oh, that's a problem. Let's go, motherfucker! Just because you got 8 hands doesn't mean diddly dick!
As you wish.
Oh shit. Oh man. Oh man. That's great, Ann. You just have to keep at it, man. Don't give up. Hold on. I'm trying to see how to do backdraft. Hold on. I'm trying to see something. One second. I'm trying to see how to do this move, and it's fucking, my camera's in the way. Let me move my camera for a second. Okay, so okay. I get it now. I couldn't fucking see the video they're trying to show me how to do it. Damn it. Oh. Come on. Yeah!
Clive.
Well, enjoy your nap.
You're wounded.
This? It's only a scratch. All right. Oh.
We'll find you a healer.
Here. No, you won't.
Ultima.
I know who you are. And if you think I'm gonna let you have him... think again.
Sid.
One left. That'll do me.
Try not to talk.
Clive. For so long, I thought I had all the answers. But then I met you. And I learned it wasn't a good death we should be fighting for, but a better life. It's all very well, a man reclaiming his fate. But if he can't choose how he meets it, what's the point? So, I made a choice.
Don't do this!
The rest is in your hands. The Crystal's blessing is a prison, Clive. And if it's an outlaw the world needs to help it break free... Stop. Please. I can think of none better than you.
Sid is such a great fucking character, man, that when he dies, it is genuinely heartbreaking. And you can see how grievous... You can see how grievous the wound is, too, because you can see there's tons of blood underneath him. So you go back and you watch the scene, he got pierced in like 5 different directions of the abdomen.
In ashen grip, let ember glow to kindle flames anew. I'm sorry, Clive. Had I arrived but a moment sooner.
It's cool because Tor will recognize them.
Do you remember me, boy?
Like, yeah, I remember you. It's like
I saw you protect them. That was very brave. I know you're there, Ultima.
You have learned our name. What else have you learned, Phoenix?
It's the first time he speaks English.
My travels have revealed much about you and your ambitions. I know that it was you who tore me from my brother. And I know that it is his power that you seek. But know this. If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Very well.
Breath of mine ancestors, fill these lungs that I may dispel the songs of suffering.
A disturbance.
We'll leave. My brother alone. This is getting us nowhere.
We agree. No more games, Phoenix. We have come to claim our vessel.
And I said no.
He basically did something that Ultima wasn't anticipating.
Flames are nothing. You will know what it is to burn.
Yours is a fleeting form. I'm not fool enough to think I can harm you. But to protect my brother, I don't have to.
It also permanently changes Clive's outlook because he knows his brother is alive.
These are not flames of destruction.
Have you forgotten already who I am?
He basically does something Ultima didn't expect. He holds him captive inside of him. Only he can do it because ordinarily it would kill the person. But the power of the Phoenix allows him to continuously heal himself from the damage. At least for a while.
Just try and get to my brother now. Fiend.
And unfortunately, while all this shit's going on, they found the hideout that Clive and people were hiding in, and they fucking destroy it. So it's just a monumental fucking loss on Clive's part. And this is where the game shifts to the second half and changes up considerably. It jumps ahead 5 years. And shows a much older, more mentored Clive. Although, actually, well, it kind of sucks now that the hideout gets fucked up. Your new hideout is way, way, way better.
Must fail Lord Cook again! Find Sid, or we're all fucking dead!
And unfortunately, they get Gav.
Where is he? You'll do.
Cut, it knocks out his eye.
Bastard!
Gab, we've got to go!
Not without this!
Sid is not among the dead. Shall I send a Stolas?
That won't be necessary.
But like I said, the new hub you get is way, way better.
Where the hell are you, Sid? Where the hell are you?
It's like a giant airship that's in the water that you pilot, so it's like a giant boat, and it's on the sea. And it's kind of interesting how they deal with it, too. Close to nice. The Dalamekian Republic.
The finest silks from the master weavers of Randalar. Come, come, feel its softness.
Chocobo
Make a nice
steaks,
gift for your
chocobo
wife.
sausage, all from greens-fed farm birds. None of the old courses you'll find elsewhere. Here, take a bite.
I've got peppers and peas, beans and beets. If it goes in a pot, I've got the lot.
Curatives, restoratives,
Look all you like, sir. It's all fresh.
I really like this Clive. This is Clive. This is Clive at his coolest. Now he's in his 30s, and he's kind of stepped up into being the mentor that Sid used to be, and the leader of the group. Plus, his hair gets a little longer. He grows out his beard fully, so he doesn't just have like a douche kind of strap.
Potion, milady. Perhaps a soothing salve to ease the aches of the road. I'm sorry. I wish you well, but may the mothers guide you. Calmatives, curatives, restoratives, unguents, ointments.
I only wish they let you pull up his hood. In this scene and a couple others, you see Clive with his hood up. I fucking love to look for it, but you can't ever actually have it in the game. 5 years later. Clive is now 33.
It's good to see you, Sid.
He kept the name Sid the Outlaw.
The bearers are locked up in an old courthouse on the edge of town.
Plus, he got tired of being marked as a slave with the brand, so he burned it off.
And I hardly need tell you who is there to make sure they stay that way.
Kupka's private guard.
It's a trap. And not a very good one at that.
Another? What does he hope to gain from this?
I'll have the captives free before nightfall.
You do nothing of the sort. Our comrades didn't give their lives for you to get your throat slit in a god's forsaken slum.
So those in the courthouse should be left to suffer.
That's not what I said. I simply meant it doesn't have to be you who frees them.
But basically, Sid had made a name for himself, so he wanted to keep the name of Sid alive. So Clive took on the public name of Sid to make the world think that he didn't kill Sid.
You're as stubborn as the old Sid was. Just don't say I didn't warn you. You're Sid now, and if anything happens to him, we're finished.
So by keeping the name Sid, he tricked people into thinking Sid didn't die. And he's still alive. And kept his name growing. And now we get Rahama's power. Power of Thunder, which I actually love. It's fucking great.
Please, we don't know anything. You have to believe us.
And they actually made changes to it with this recent patch. Some really good changes. It was already a good skill set, but it's even better now.
Forgive him, my lord. He did not mean to offend.
Quiet, you!
No sign of Hugo.
I'll wager he thinks as highly of his minions' traps as we do.
Then this should be easy.
Don't hurt us. I beg of you.
Quiet means quiet, branded scum.
It's going to be all right. I'm here to even the odds. Any objections?
God, I love Clive.
It's him, the outlaw. Sid's here. Come on.
See, originally, each icon's power has like a special skill that only it can use. Ifrit or Phoenix has, the dash to them. Garudis has the claw that grabs people. Rama's would let you target people with the staff and fire lightning at them. And the only problem was that you had to hit them to detonate it, and it was kind of clunky, whereas now you have a button, you press it again, and it detonates it, allowing you to precisely trigger it. It's a much-needed change.
Go! Summon the others!
The bearers?
Safe.
Sid dies here!
See? Fucking awesome.
Outlaws in here! Bring me his head!
Titan sends its regards.
Enough of this! Let him play with the kitten! They brought a pet. You'll pay for what you've done, Sid.
Those things are fast.
We'll have to be faster. Slow.
You motherfuckers still want some of this?
To hell with this!
Yeah, that's what I thought, bro.
They'll tell Hugo.
Let them. There's been more than enough bloodshed for one day.
Murderer. All of our friends are dead because of you. Do you hear me? They used us as bait. Bait to lure you out of your stinking hole, all because you couldn't just let things be.
What are you even doing here? We never asked to be saved. Did you think we'd thank you? They'll never forgive us. We're all marked now.
For 5 years we fought to secure a better life for our kind. To see that we are treated as equals.
Do you not want that?
What we want is to be left alone. Every time you show your faces, it is we who suffer.
It's all right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you know they're not gonna fucking.
Leave us be. This is our home, and this is where we'll stay.
Sid told us this wouldn't be easy. They'll come round.
If you say so.
We should go.
Now we get to see our new hideout. You think, why? Why would they go and stay in the same place where they got caught before? Yeah, because it's different. This time they're in a totally different region and they're out on the water. And it's like even more treacherous to be out on the water. So they have double security, plus they're in a whole fucking battleship now.
That night 5 years ago, we destroyed what for many was a symbol of hope. For a reason they'll never know. We cannot blame them for thinking us the cause of their misery. Though it's to give them a better tomorrow, they see only that we've made their lives harder today. Yet the boil must be lanced if it is to heal.
I can't help but wonder if we've made the right choice.
When Sid said that he wanted to create a world where we were free. Free to choose our own path. I honestly don't think it mattered to him if that choice was right or wrong. Only that it was our own.
I miss him.
A world where we can live and die as equals. That's what he wanted. What we want. And that's why I bear his name. It's why we've all chosen to bear his legacy. And I'm not going to let anything stand in our way.
Rides over, lovebirds. Home, sweet home.
He has a really cool fucking hideout. And a good opportunity to get a picture. Home sweet home.
Otto was asking after you. Let's go and see him.
Never a dull moment.
Last I saw, he was in the mess, as always.
Welcome back, Sid. Finish with that laugh.
Otto will want to know what happened in Cosness. I expect he'll be in the mess.
Sorry, I'm picking my nose and just my allergies bother me.
Look, it's Sid.
Staying long this time? Clive, is everything all right?
There you are, Clive. Word of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sends his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the Republican army. Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
And she's a brand new character that joined in the 5-year gap.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons. I trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
I'll have you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable. So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Very well, then. Shall we start with the state of the realm? To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here?
She helps fill you in on the lore in the world and what happened in the 5 years.
Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern Storm has endured, recent days have seen the Blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason she has continued to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago, while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dhalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran. Who will be left standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled?
You were born in Twinside. Do you not fear for your home?
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson, complete a simple errand for me and we shall consider ourselves even.
Even? Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was, adequate.
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
Ah, my favorite pupil. One would think. I admit.
more reputable fellowship. My beloved homeland. Or at least, it was. I do wish our lawsmen would consider acquiring some more contemporary volumes. I tire of the classics. Here for another of my lectures? One must understand one's place in the world.
It's cool because you can see a mark of all the stuff that they've done.
I have the details here. Thus ends today's lesson. Everyone seems so happy to see us. It's good to be home.
Have we any more?
Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside an airship. Said it was called the Invincible.
Lawsman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
Ready? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same, but alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence. either in words or tarts. That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head. But without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though. Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogles.
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
How good it is to see you, Clive. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. You wish to study the tomes?
Not back a blink and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself. And it's all thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work. Ah, before I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Otto stole us. All right, I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
What could Gav have thought worthy of a letter?
Does that one have blood on it? And what can I do for you? Well, you won't hear me complaining. The only drawback... Still... I remember it like it was yesterday. You're our leader now, Clive. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. It'd better all be here.
Back, are ya? Things here ain't too bad. Nah. You've forgotten already, 'cause I haven't. Still. What do you want? That it? Fine.
Once the hall's swept,
It's over to the Tub and Crown for me.
That's great, man.
Otto was here earlier with a letter from Gav. He left it on your desk. What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance, the one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid. Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget. We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there. It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima. If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does.
To a world without mother crystals.
Yeah, we're about to unlock the third hub. Dalamekia. The desert! Now Joshua has his cool... man, fucking stutter. Now Joshua has his cool outfit on.
And so the North is lost.
Yeah. They use it at several points in this
Spread
game.
more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far,
They subtly incorporated into a number of
It's only a matter
tracks.
of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows. Tell me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
They do it really tastefully.
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing. Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
The Gathering Storm.
What would make Martha leave the rest?
If something has happened to Martha, we need to speak with Otto.
When I upgrade it, increases hits and ability radius. Not bad. Thunderstorm increases number of lightning strikes. Lightning rod. Create a ball of lightning that, upon being struck, change lightning to other nearby enemies. That might be worth it. Fucking with. Increase the number of lock-ons, and it's worth it. Let's see. And we need to switch some shit around. Since I need to accommodate for the fact that I have 3 now on my ability sets. So, Rising Flame, Scarlet Cyclone, Gouge, Wicked Wheel. Thunderstorm. Of course, as I get more, I'll have to revise these even further, but, you know. Because there's eventually 7, you get, well, technically 8, if you count Ifrit, which is kind of like an extension of Phoenix. And then 9 with the DLC, because there's Phoenix, Garuda, Ifrit, Rahama, Titan, Bahamut, Shiva, Odin, and then the DLC adds Leviathan, which I'll be interested to fuck around with that. And from what I've heard, I've tried to avoid any major spoilers, but from what I've heard, the DLC also adds new stuff that it tweaks his existing moveset, so I'll be excited to fuck with that too. Okay. There's also when a lot of the side quests start coming in. Well, a lot more. Like monster hunts, the Chronolist with their special trials you have to take on. Technically, this is the second half of the game, but the second half is considerably longer than the first. So, then there's 2 DLCs, Echoes of the Fallen and The Rising Tide.
What do we know, Otto?
And I haven't done either of the DLCs.
The Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip around the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should help speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
New quest is nearby. Sweet. Actually. Reading table, wall of memories. Main deck. State of the realm. Come back. See what the side quest this guy wants me to do is.
Damn blighted bilge.
Is everything all right?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it, then?
That's one way of putting it. But unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium, that slurry'll keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so, assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain. Easier than felling a forest, I said. The trees don't have teeth. Can't imagine Obelisk needing any more than this. Time to head home.
That's cool because you can use it in the air too. I don't know how I feel about that move, honestly. Abilities, let me see. Upgrade, increase range of lightning. Let's try upgrade and see how that goes. And I'll decide if I should keep it in the rotation or not.
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
I'm sorry, Sid. We were too late. The Imperials have already left.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon.
Let's
the boys from the garrison might still be nearby.
I'm sorry.
Sid? Someone said you'd be coming.
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of
You don't fuck with Martha.
Any idea where?
Which, fun fact, that was actually my
Judging
grandmother's
by their
name,
tracks,
Martha.
They headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
Martha, why did you say that name?
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
How do? I wanted one of those. A fair trade. That all, is it?
Oi, look sharp! Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid. We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
Yeah, we'll just wait. They're about to catch these fucking hands.
If those horses touch me.
God, I love doing that. Motherfuckers have stepped in it now.
Look. Up ahead.
Oh shit, it's Martha.
Martha. Are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you.
Actually, it's coming. they've already said that Final Fantasy 16 is coming to PC. And they said it's in the final stages, and they're polishing it. They haven't announced the release date, but they've said it's nearly done. And it's coming this year, so.
Then tell us what happened. What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds, poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
Yeah, I have. Final Fantasy has a history of good PC ports. Final Fantasy 15 had a really good PC version, from what I gather. And they're already talking about how you can turn the settings way up and get 4K 60 with the right rig. So,
Joke. There has only ever been one Order of Shields in reserve.
This game already is super gorgeous. I can't imagine what it'll look like on PC with the settings checked way up even further over console. So.
And they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
Now I'll let my shit heal. Or recharge the, my cooldowns, because I don't want to go into a battle with some of my skills already used. There we go.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
What a bunch of fucking assholes. But it makes sense. Martha spent her years taking care of the sick bears. Yeah.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They...
Honestly, though, do you get tired of people constantly referencing games like Nier and always talking about the waifus and shit? Like, don't get me wrong, they're attractive. They know how to make attractive characters. But, like, there's so much more to fucking Nier than just that. I really love Nier.
With the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
Yes, it really does.
We can win!
Picked the wrong person to fuck with today. 1 second, I'll be right back. I need that real quick. I'm excited to play the DLCs for this. I decided to basically start the game over because I hadn't played it in about a year. I pretty much marathoned this at launch and beat it. And the DLC is supposed to be much harder than the main game, so I felt like jumping back into it when I wasn't familiar would be a bad idea. But the first DLC has a really huge dungeon, and the second DLC has a huge new landmass to explore, so I'm excited to do that. As well as to play around with the new, toys.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
Fuckers.
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive.
Hey, yo, bro, you still hanging in there? Oh, they even killed the fucking handmaids. What a bitch.
The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields.
And see, Clive was a shield. So these black shields are deliberately mocking the Sacred Order of Knights. The shields are meant to protect Rosarians. So he takes personal offense to them saying they're shields and killing fucking people. He was a shield.
Never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg his aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid, where are you?
Yeah, I love you, Echo. You're good, Katie.
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
Yep. The Empire really, 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 really went to shit. Because of his mom. His mom might be like the biggest cunt in this game.
We've laid the abbot to
Even the
rest.
other bad people in this game do what they think is right. You know?
They didn't need to die like this.
They may be assholes, but at least they're doing what they thought is right.
They didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate.
But his mother just did it for power. She just fucking a cunt.
Fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearer's remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
And now, you know, we're back in Rosaria, but we're, you know, we've thus far seen this area. We're going to get all this. So, you know, even when they bring you back to Rosaria, they bring you to quite a, you know, new areas. The fourth hub, the game has 4 hubs, pretty much. Well, now with the DLC, it's 5, but you have Rosaria, which is everything here. You have Sambrek, the Empire. You have the Downlakian Dominion, which is everything down here. And then finally, like in the very end of the game, you go to the 4th one, Waloed. And it's pretty big, but like it's kind of like the ending push because it's like going right into the heart of the enemy territory. And then the DLC, I think, adds this area over here. I think so. And while it may not look as big, it is every bit as big as any of the other hubs, so... God, I love Ignition. You're like a flaming pinball of death, lining up enemies. And since it allows you to grab enemies and line them up, you can fucking dart around carefully, line them up, and then use the AoE to just decimate them. I also will be happy when I get Titan's moveset, because, 1, Titan has one of the best movesets in the game. And Titan's focus is on dealing raw damage. So he just fucking decimates. So on like bosses and stuff like that, Titan is the way to go. And on top of that, his special ability is the ability to parry with the giant Titan Fist and do a counter that does immense damage. So it basically allows you to block and do like huge counters. Which if you do it right, man, you can just fucking deflect the strongest attacks in the game and fucking knock down and beat the shit out of people. It's great. Oh, hey. Name Monster. That's when they start appearing.
Do you think it's spotted us, Torgal? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Yeah, they're in many of the Final Fantasy games. They're like a staple in the series. I'm not sure, man. It'd be hard to think about, because I don't really play a lot of bad games. If I am not having fun with a game, I'll just say fuck it, you know, and not play it. I think if I had to pick the most disappointing game I've ever played, it would be Kingdom Hearts 3. Not because it was a bad game, mind you, but because it sorely, sorely did not live up to expectations. And it's a game that I had waited over 13 years for. It was such a fucking letdown. I started waiting for Kingdom Hearts 3 when I was a child. And I spent most of my teenage years of my adult life thinking, oh my god, I can't wait for Kingdom Hearts 3. And to be fair, they did release a bunch of Kingdom Hearts games in the meantime that were fucking great. Birth by Sleep, for example, is my favorite Kingdom Hearts game out of all of them. But Kingdom Hearts 3, I went to the fucking midnight launch of that game. I got a fucking huge Keyblade replica. I was a huge Kingdom Hearts fan, and 3 just let me down so badly. So I won't say it's a bad game, but after it, it is the most disappointing of any game I've ever played. Like, the anticipation, the hype, the letdown, I've never had a game let me down more. Where I was just sitting there so disappointed. To this day, I have never finished it. Every time I try, I get, a certain part of the way through, I get so bored that I'm, physically in tears.
That must be the bridge.
Even then, I'm not, a huge fan of the gameplay. I just think the gameplay has moments that are good, but it's too button mashy, and after, the 10th time you use the attract rides, they just become so boring. You're just doing the same long, drawn-out fucking scene every battle.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
So,
and now they are truly free.
You're so pretty, Echo. I love you.
What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
A little bit. I did hear about that they made some changes, They tweaked the battle system, but, I don't know, man. I'll have to give it a try again one of these days, but I don't know, man. They would have to totally overhaul the entire fucking battle system for me to enjoy it, and I just don't think, patches are going to do that. They might have improved it, but I literally got bored of the combat in Kingdom Hearts 3. It wasn't even bad, it was just, it was boring to me. And in a Kingdom Hearts game where so much of the game is combat, that is a fatal fucking sin. But, one of these days I'll try it. I own it. I bought it a while back when it was on sale. Yeah. Yeah, there's so much disappointing parts of the story, man. Even though technically it's supposed to be the end of the story. It's not the end of the series, but it is the end of the Xehanort saga. They don't hardly answer any of the lingering questions. They don't hardly return to any of the worlds you want to see. Let's not go to Radiant Garden, but we could go to Pirates of the fucking Caribbean. And I'm not saying that the world was bad, but I am saying that if you had to choose major worlds to keep back, you should have brought back Radiant fucking Garden. Or Destiny Islands, or any of the main ones. I understand what they were trying to do. They're like, oh, let's include new worlds, mostly. But it's supposed to be the ending of the series, so you'd think there would be more old worlds returning. They could have changed them up. There's no fucking Final Fantasy characters until you get the DLC, and having to buy a $30 DLC to get the Final Fantasy characters that should have been in the game to begin with, it's fucking bullshit. The DLC was super overpriced. Okay? It's like, what, like 4 or 5 new hours of content and some bosses for $30? Are you fucking kidding me? And a good portion of it is just playing through existing battles with a different character. Oh, whoop-de-doo, I've already seen this. You know, it's, they seriously let down the entire story arc. It's like they spent all this time talking about how Xehanort is this villain that has no fucking mercy, which he doesn't, as you see. He's so evil, he's so calculating. He just wants to destroy the worlds just to see what's gonna happen. And then, fucking, yeah, it was 30. And then, basically, after all this buildup, after all this bullshit, the final confrontation between Sora and Xehanort is, Sora's like, hey, could you maybe not be evil? And Xehanort's like, you know what? You're right. I'll just stop being evil. Are you fucking kidding me? Then, yeah, exactly. Shadow of the Erdtree is 40, okay? And that's a massive expansion. So now you understand why the DLC was bullshit. Okay? And I like the DLC for what it is, okay? But it was way, way overpriced. Should have been like $10. Tops. You know, and then, you know, Kyrie spends the whole game, I'm gonna train! That way I'm not a liability anymore! And then she literally, in her first fucking battle, dies. And so she spends the entire game training to not be a liability, only to immediately fucking die. So it's like, great, so you ruined Kyrie's entire story arc for the entire game. She's basically not in this game other than to fucking die and fuck Sora's plans up. Because Sora basically has to give up his body and risk all that shit just to save her, and he wouldn't have to do that if she had just stayed on the fucking island. Which, considering all the good she winds up doing, she may as well have just fucking stayed on the island. Nah, I wouldn't say that. They're still nowhere near as greedy, and they've released a lot of good games, like Final Fantasy 16, 7 Remake, 7 Rebirth, you know? But yeah, so, you know, it just drops the ball on so many levels, okay? I will not say that Kingdom Hearts is a bad game. Far from it. There's a lot that's great about Kingdom Hearts. I really love the massive scale of the worlds, how they've been expanded. I really liked what they did with Olympus Coliseum, letting you explore the whole world. I thought was fucking cool. The graphics are beautiful. Even now, 5 years later? Wow, it's crazy how time passes. Even now, 5 years later, it is still a tremendously gorgeous-looking game. Yeah, Near Replicant, exactly. That's also Square Enix, so that counts. That was a great game. Crisis Core Reunion was a fucking awesome remake of Crisis Core that they really went all out and put a lot of effort into. I loved the original Crisis Core, and I really loved the remake. It dramatically overhauled the graphics and the gameplay and fixed a lot of the issues people had. They made an already great game even better. Toy Logic made it, but it was funded by Square Enix, using a Square Enix property. So I consider it a Square Enix game. They funded the whole thing. There would be no Near Replicant without, you know, their money. And on top of which, the main guy who supervised it, Yoshitaro, he works at Square Enix. So the guy supervising the game also is a Square Enix employee. So it was funded by Square Enix and overseen by a guy who works at Square Enix. So that's enough for me to consider it a Square Enix game. And a lot of the time, Square Enix will work with other studios. Alright, gotta get it back up. My legs are hurting. So, in my opinion, I consider it a Square Enix game, because they funded it, and their guys oversaw it. And the original game it's based off of was a Square Enix game. So, It's kind of like how when they did Crisis Core Reunion, Square Enix funded it and supervised it, but it was Toei, T-O-E-I, Toei, that actually did the remake.
I should just have Blackthorn make me a new.
Yeah, I love Square Enix for the most part.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. Go on then.
Like, yeah, it definitely sucks, you know, that they dropped the ball with Kingdom Hearts. But I'd still say that overall, they still did better with it than they didn't, you know what I mean?
Is that all?
So, as much as Kingdom Hearts 3 hurts me, you know, the Square Enix has... Yeah, definitely. FromSoft is great. So is Capcom. Capcom is probably my favorite game company overall. I've just loved so many games that Capcom has done. Resident Evil, Mega Man, Devil May Cry, Beautiful Joe, Maximo, Ghost of the Goblin series, Monster Hunter stories like Onimusha, Mega Man, Dead Rising, Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom. You know, they have just done so many good games. Dragon's Dogma 2, and they really appreciate their fans and really care about the fans. So, you know, pound for pound, they are probably my favorite game developer. They fell down for a little while when they did, you know, Resident Evil 6 and all that shit, but then they quickly bounced back, and now they're greater than they ever have been. Yeah, they definitely have been a huge part of the gaming industry, for sure. And they deserve a ton of love. From, you know, as I've said it before, FromSoft is also a huge company I love, and it's not exactly popular, but I also really love Ubisoft. Like, I know everyone's like, fuck Ubisoft, that's become like the popular thing to hate on, but I don't care. I love Ubisoft. I adore Assassin's Creed. I absolutely love Far Cry. I love Rayman. I love Splinter Cell. You know, like, I love too many games from Ubisoft to not love them.
This tongue here pulls the black from the lake water and renders it pink. You'll have to ask Mid if you want to know how it works, though.
Much was lost when the first hideaway fell. Colleagues and friends. Years of hard work. But we did not let that loss defeat us. And our work will not be in vain. No. The spirits of our fallen comrades live on in every leaf and limb you see here.
Even now, I'm really excited for Star Wars Outlaws. I'm really excited to play a truly open world Star Wars game. And I love the fact that they're making handcrafted areas instead of yeah.
The Lawsman says I can borrow as many books as I can carry. This was all I could carry. Sid, what's the special occasion?
Yeah, I really enjoy PS3. I played a lot of PS3. I was a little bit late to the train, though. My dad was mostly Xbox, growing up, Xbox and 360. So that was mostly what I played of that generation. I didn't get the PS3 until I came back later and bought one. I got one when they were cheaper and collected a bunch of games for them. And I still have my PS3. It's a super slim. It's down there. And I love PS3. but I can't say like I grew up playing PS3. I really appreciate PS3, but you know, it definitely came down the line after I was. I think I bought a PS3 in November of 2015. Yeah, November 2015. So I was about 19, almost 20 by the time I owned my own PS3.
Welcome back, Sid.
Well, did you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse.
Haha.
I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as my old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
Oh, sweet, I think I leveled up. Oh, yeah! 27. Badge of Might. Oh, that's cool. I actually equipped that. Just like I've heard people saying this game is not an RPG, and it's not a real Final Fantasy game, man. Get the fuck out of here with that. Okay, this is an RPG. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, okay? This game has levels, it has stats, it has fucking skill trees, it has setup for your build. Like, the skills you can equip are different than the ones I'm going to equip. It has a fucking deep focus on story and world, tons of side quests. It's a fucking RPG. You don't have to be, like, have full character customization like fucking Baldur's Gate to be an RPG. Okay? And, like, if this isn't an RPG, then neither is Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth. Like, people are like, well, Final Fantasy VII Remake is an RPG. This is not. What are you fucking talking about? Literally. It literally has the same amount of RPG mechanics as 7 Remake. In 7 Remake, Cloud has a fixed build, a skill tree, and gear. Like, it's the same system. And yet nobody says those games aren't an RPG. It's fucking weird. It's like people just, you know, like, oh, this game has, like, Devil May Cry-like combat, so it can't be an RPG. Yeah, there's all kinds of RPGs, asshole. That's like saying, like, all RPGs have to have the same type of combat. Okay? The lore, the world, the setup. It's an RPG.
Damn bandits. You'll regret coming here.
I mean, even the way that you fight in this game is similar. I mean, it's not like they're the same, but I'm saying you have regular moves and combos, and then you have special skills that you have to set. Except instead of icon abilities, it's materias. Different name, same function. Yeah. Definitely had, you know. Actually, believe it or not, the guy who did the combat for this game was actually the guy who made the combat in Devil May Cry. He's the one who designed the combat in Devil May Cry and Dragon's Dogma. He did the combat for this.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon. The boys from the garrison might still be nearby.
No one survived then.
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
This is an RPG and a fucking great one.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me.
This is an absolutely incredible game, honestly. This is actually one of my favorite Final Fantasies, period. I'm not sure where I would rank this 100%, especially because I need to play the DLC, because that will judge it. You know, Final Fantasy 15 had really fucking great DLC, but I would definitely put this in my top tier of Final Fantasy games. And I definitely think this is one of the best entries in the series.
You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of...
I'm trying to see what you fully said. YouTube fucking cuts it off. It's so annoying. Well, all I can, I'm not going to try to pressure you into buying it, man. You can buy it if you want to. You definitely see me play a good chunk of it. Although you haven't seen anywhere near where the combat can be. Right now I have 3 icons. There's 8. So like I said, this is not even approaching the, top tier fucking combat. And Odin especially is fucking amazing. Odin, switches you into, Odin's sword, switches your combat, and lets you fucking do, almost like a DMC, judgment cut, where you stop time and do thousands of slashes. And, fucking dual-wielding swords. And like I said, Titan has, giant fucking Hulk fists and blocking enemies' attacks and parrying them, and it does massive damage. Shiva lets you freeze enemies. Bahamut lets you fucking summon wings and fucking use all kinds of holy magic that fucking covers the battlefield. All the icons are fucking great. So I don't even have half of the icons yet, and that's not even counting the DLC, which added Leviathan, which is a lot more and is supposed to add tools on top. I didn't want to spoil it for me, but they said it adds a lot more than just the new summon. It adds new moves on top of Clive's existing shit, so I'll be excited to play with that too when I get to the DLC. I'm still a long way away, but I'm making my way. It's not open, it's not linear either. Because there's definitely a lot of linear dungeons, but then you see there's these 4 big hubs where you can run around and do side quests and move in and out of towns and hunt down elite monsters. So it's got a nice balance between linear and not linear. You know what I'm saying?
Sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire.
Clive is one of my favorite protagonists in any game, and probably my favorite protagonist in any Final Fantasy game. I fucking love Clive. I love the Titan battles. Playing as the summons is fucking insane. And in particular, some of the battles in this game will have your fucking jaw on the floor. In particular, Titan and Bahamut. Those battles are fucking ridiculous. They will literally redefine what you thought a video game could do in terms of a boss battle. They are just, the scale of them is... I can't even do it justice, but it's if you've ever played God of War 3, you know the Titans in God of War 3, when you finally face off against Titan, he is bigger than every Titan in God of War 3 put together. And you fight him in 8 stages. The boss battle lasts a fucking hour, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean it is literally changing stages and all kinds of shit. The soundtrack fucking pumps up and goes to kind of a DMC techno thing, and it is just fucking awe-inspiring. And then with Bahamut, you start on the ground, and you end up in fucking outer space. And that is not even literally doing it justice. It is fucking ridiculous. So when you finally, get to the summon battles, they are fucking huge. holy shit boss battles. And of course, there's only a couple of them, but man, they are really fucking awesome. I have never played a boss battle in any game that's on the scale of this game. And it's all the more satisfying because they spend all this time building up to the boss battles. So when you finally get there to that moment, it's not just cool from like a spectacle standpoint where it's like, oh my god, there's so much crazy shit going on. It's cool from a story standpoint because you've been facing off against these people the whole time, and now you finally get to bash their fucking face in. So it's just satisfying on so many levels, and it's like at each major point in the story, you have these huge, like it's almost like fucking gods fighting each other. And then, of course, after you beat it, you get a new set of powers. So not only do you have this epic confrontation that caps off the story, but then you have a new set of tools to play with after it's over. Of course, with Rahama, that was, Clive's ally giving him his power, so obviously there wasn't a battle there. But there's a lot of really fucking huge battles. Every single one of the major battles are fucking standout, and none of them are the same. They don't just recycle the same moveset. And Ifrit, who you play, gets new moves every time. So each time you battle, it's a different type of battle, and your character's upgraded. So like each one throws something new at you, and so each one you're like, oh shit, you're like looking forward to it. And that's another reason why I can't wait to play the promises another summon battle with Leviathan. I can't wait to see that. Because like I said, all the summon battles thus far have been fucking amazing.
It's about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this.
It's also a really lengthy game. I put like maybe 20 hours into it, and I'm just now halfway through the main story. And like I said, this second half is the longest half. This is where the majority of the side quests open up. So it is much longer. So just beating the main story take you 40 hours probably, but doing absolutely everything, you can spend substantially more time doing that. And then the game actually has a substantial new game plus. You keep all of your powers, but you keep leveling up to the level cap of 100. And they change the enemy placement throughout the game. There's new enemies and harder enemies. So it's not just fighting the same shit. And you gain new tools and stuff and New Game Plus. So, even if you're just going to do the main story and all the side quests, you're looking at over 60 hours. But then if you want to do everything and go through New Game Plus, over 100 hours probably to finish this game. So it is, you will get your money's worth. And that's before the DLC, which adds a substantial amount to the playtime. So, probably with the DLC, I'd say 120 hours. So, you are definitely getting your money's worth out of this game.
I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived.
Bugs.
He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Fuckers. Quest complete. Oh hey, a new quest is available nearby.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministrations.
Like I said, I love this game. This game has a lot of really great things in it. It can be on the linear side sometimes. If you come into this expecting like an open world game, it won't. You can see it's obviously not like this game is a corridor. There's these big ass areas to explore. You even get a chocobo later on that you can ride around with. But it's not open world. It's not like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where it's like a massive open world, but it's not linear either. Like I said, it strikes a nice balance. And I love it. Plus, it had been an exceptionally long time since we had a proper medieval Final Fantasy. Not counting 11 and 14, the online games, but those are online. Like a single player, the last time that we had a medieval Final Fantasy that was single player was 9 in 2000. So it had been 23 years since we had a single player medieval game. So it was a breath of fresh air to play a more, classic themed Final Fantasy game.
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse.
Oi! You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos? Fighting bandits?
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score. Well, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
All right.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You saved Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
This game is incredibly pretty graphically.
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
The music is great. I love the soundtrack for this game. I love this game a lot.
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind. Speaking of brave birds. Looks like they went that way. These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Yeah, too bad it's not gonna happen, dickhole.
Here they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh no, I'm fucking shaking my boots. I'm a bunch of bitch ass bandits. Oh, snap! It turns out that is Clive's chocobo, Ambrosia.
You're safe now. White heart, I presume. Do you know her, boy? That scar. It couldn't be.
She took that scar, saving his life.
Ambrosia.
Fuck yeah.
It is you. You survived.
And she's been saving people and protecting them this whole time. Like a fucking boss.
And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Yeah, because they were fucking boss.
Thankfully they did. And not only that.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are.
Oh.
Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Something.
Well,
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
Oh yeah. I love how it's got an eye patch, man. It's a chocobo with a fucking eye patch. Oh, it's like the big boss of chocobos.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Ah, a few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry.
I mean,
We'll
yeah,
get
she...
along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my cart on the road, didn't you? No. No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
Chocobo unlocked. Hell yeah! I can glide now, bitches! And drift! Yeah! And I'm about to upgrade this chocobo. Because they added the ability to get costumes.
Where's Gav?
Gav should be back by now.
I hear there's trouble.
You can deck out Ambrosia with a full set of armor. And you better fucking believe I'm giving her a full set of armor. Me and my Chocobro were fucking riding 6 deep! Also, this game has insanely fast loading speeds. It's kind of ridiculous. Fuck yeah! Steed looks fucking majestic.
Run like the wind.
Woohoo! Yeah, it's a good picture. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you want some of this?
Thanks, girl.
Fucked with the wrong dude. Otherwise, you can just summon her. Like, oh, hell yeah! Choco Bros! Yeah!
That's it.
Fucking drift in this bitch!
That'll do, girl.
It's all super convenient. Because you can just summon it anywhere. Well, I mean, that you can take it. But yeah, it still makes, you know, backtracking and backtracking awesome and a lot easier. Yeah! Sup? Nothing to see here, just a dude and his chocobro. Alright, now I'll go and continue the main quest. I just wanted to fuck around with the bird for a little bit, especially since I got it decked out with armor.
I hear there's trouble.
Yeah, well, you heard right. Hey, yo, Kelp!
Ah, Clive! Oh, I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel.
Hello, Gav.
Now sit down, you fool.
So, you're...
Another great picture.
Remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's Head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers. ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the mother crystals.
Fuck yeah. Now we're about to head down to the desert, which is also a really cool place.
Crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia.
That's where we're going next.
Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Oh, that's cool. Well, hopefully you like my streams, you know. I think I'm pretty cool, but, you know, that's me. I'm biased.
Who's that, then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses.
His uncle is such a fucking awesome character.
Wait. Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield.
His uncle is like this big fucking, like your cheery older uncle, but a badass. So he's just like super over the top and hilarious while also beating people's heads in. And his relationship with Clive is really touching.
Of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Like, his uncle is just a consistently fucking awesome character. One of my favorite in this entire game. He's just awesome. Oh, hey, it's going, man. It's good to see you. That's great, man. You just gotta keep it going. Gotta make sure to tag people. That's good, man. Made it to the second half of the game. Got my chocobo.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
Think it's alright to touch him?
I don't know. You go first.
What, you didn't know you could ride chocobos in Final Fantasy 16? Well, it's one chocobo. It says Chocobo Ambrosia from the beginning of the game. You have to do a side quest to get it. See? It's, Ambrosia. It turns out she was alive this whole time. You do a side quest, and from that point forward, anytime you're in the open world, you can hold the right stick and call the chocobo and get on it. And you can even deck her out with armor. The side quests in the second half are really, really good. People got a bad idea of the side quests because, you know, some of them are fetch questy, and that's fair, but the second half has really fucking great side quests. Like getting the chocobo. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a side quest. Sweet. Oh, yeah. And if you've never done the side quests for the botany, if you ever replay this game, you really should do them, because when you finish these quest line, it adds all kinds of shrubbery and greenery to the entire ship and changes the appearance of your hideout. I mean, like, it becomes overgrown with trees and fruit and stuff. It's awesome.
Those men didn't hurt Martha, did they?
Yeah, there's a lot of side quests. Just like towards the end, after you do side quests with Jill and yeah, that is true. I agree. There is a lot of momentum. After you do side quests near the end of the game, you can permanently get Joshua and Jill in your party. After you finish these 2 side quests, one for each of them, they will follow you for the rest of the game in the open world. So then you permanently have backup, which is fucking dope. And I think a lot of people did some of the side quests in the beginning of the game and thought, oh, they're all fetch questy, and just didn't do a lot of them, which is sad because in the second half, the side quests become fucking amazing.
Won't be long now, Martel. Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything...
Plus, they actually just did a patch that dramatically improved the game and added a bunch of stuff.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it's just...
And tons of quality of life for features.
Grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
Like, they dramatically, when they released the DLC, they did the DLC and all that. But they also released a massive free patch for everybody that added, like, being able to warp to side quest locations when they're finished, if you don't want to, so you don't have to travel back. Being able to see which quests give you major rewards and which ones don't, so you can say, I want to do this. They changed how the powers worked, and for the better. Like, Rahama, you know how, like, you target enemies and spray them? Before, you would activate them by hitting them, and that was kind of clunky. So now they sit and charge when you use them until you hit the button again and detonate them all at once. Or, like, they made the Wings of Light, the Bahamut thing. You can now use it, turn into it to dodge, and it allows you to get out and out of it, and a bunch of other stuff. Like, it's a huge list of patches, quality of life features they added. So they didn't just drop a massive DLC, they dramatically improved the game. And it's not like the game was bad to begin with. It's just they took into account feedback of people saying, we didn't think these moves were useful, or you can improve it this way, and then they implemented that to make it even better.
Thought this first harvest could go to the curse breaker.
And apparently the new DLC actually not only adds, of course, Leviathan's powers, apparently it adds stuff that actually tweaks Clive's moveset, like his base powers, and adds cool new tools you can fuck with. I didn't spoil what they were because I want to, do it, but apparently it's more than just the new summon. I mean, that would already be enough to get me on board, but apparently it's a lot more than that. And there's even apparently like a super secret boss that's really fucking cool that you could do, which once again, I heard that there was a boss, but I didn't see what it was or, because I want to keep that to myself. So.
On account of all they do for the hideaway, you couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
So, Final Fantasy 7, or not 7, I'm sorry, forgive me. 16 has gotten even better, which I already ranked this really highly in my tier list. Like I said, I'm not sure where this fits in my timeline of the series, because, I really love 8, and I love 12 fucking dearly, and I even love 15. A lot of people don't love 15. So, in my 4, okay, if I had to list my top 5 Final Fantasies, it would be 8, 10, 12, and 15. And then probably 16 would be, in there. But where it goes in the list, I'm not sure. Of course, that's not to say I don't love a lot of the other ones. Of course I do. I love Final Fantasy 9 a lot. I just prefer 8. Out of all the PS1 ones, 8 is my favorite, which I know that's unpopular. A lot of people bag on 8, but I liked it. And I also really like 13. And I also really like Lightning Returns. And it's a shame to me that more people didn't play Lightning Returns, because I think Lightning Returns is fucking awesome. And then of course I played a little bit of 11, and I played a little bit of 14, but they're not really, my cup of tea because they're fucking MMOs, and that's great. My parents played the shit out of Final Fantasy 11, like back in the day. Yes, it was, yeah. Back in the day, my parents actually had got the PS2 with the hard drives, and they spent hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours playing Final Fantasy. I found a new recipe. Yeah, and he's like, people made fun of him saying it almost with an H, recipe. Plus they spend so much time modeling food in that game. It's kind of fucking ridiculous. I need to replay through 15 again as well. I have it on Series X because it's the best on Series X, and I need to go back through it because it's really good on Series X. Well, and PS5, because it's like you can get it at like a lock 60, and that game already, like, 15 still looks amazing, and playing it at 60 FPS is really good. Plus, like, the load times are almost like fucking instant on the SSD. We're talking about going from a minute, 2 minutes to like 11 seconds at the longest, switching maps. So it is a game that greatly benefits from the next gen of hardware on Series X or PS5. It's just, I own it on Series X. I will later on. I will share my Twitch link in the group and hopefully get more people to sub to it. Or, you know what I mean, follow me. Because I don't like Twitch and I don't stream on Twitch often, but I have a bunch of games that either they're exclusive to Series X, I can only play on Series X because I own them on Series X, I'm not going to buy them again, or that are on Game Pass that I wouldn't get to play without Game Pass that I can only do Xbox, and well, unfortunately, Xbox doesn't have fucking YouTube streaming. So when I play them, I have to do Twitch. If I could get around it, the fact that it's a fucking modern Xbox system that doesn't have YouTube streaming in 2024 is fucking crazy. But what are you gonna do? Uh, I can, technically speaking, upload the videos to YouTube after the fact. Like, I can export them, but when I'm live streaming them, I have to be on Xbox. And I'm very thankful for Game Pass though, because, well, I may or may not create a new account each time. What? Well, what to your what? Which part? Oh yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, it does not. It is pretty bullshit. Like I said, I found sort of a way to get around it. After I do the streams on Twitch, I can I've linked. You can link your Twitch to your YouTube, and I can export them to YouTube. So after the fact, my streams can go up. But in the actual live streaming, you cannot live stream to YouTube with Xbox without a PC and a capture card. And at that point, you may as well just fucking play PC. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it is ass backwards, bass backwards. Like I said though, I'm thankful for Game Pass because I may or may not make a new account and get the dollar 2 week trial for Game Pass over and over again. Because when you get Game Pass Ultimate and you make that your home system, every profile gets it. So I'll make like a new burner account, get the 2 week trial for $1, and then play the games on my main account. I've been gaming the system, but that was how I originally played Liza P. That was how, like, there's been a shit ton of games that I would not get to play without Game Pass because I can't afford them. I have to save up for a while just to get one $70 game, so I can't get a fucking bunch of them. Like Dead Island 2. I'm gonna play Dead Island 2 on Game Pass because they brought it to Game Pass. So I will share my link to my Twitch on in the Discord, and if everyone, if I could get some people to follow me, that'd be great because it just makes my life easier. Like I said, I want everybody to be a part of the streams. Even when you stream, okay, dude, even when you stream to fucking Twitch on Xbox, Xbox is fucking backwards. You cannot see the chat on screen. No matter what, you have to read the fucking phone. Okay, so, oh, Dead Island 2? Or are you talking, like, are you saying Dead Island 2 sucks? So I've heard good things. I played the beginning of it. I can't judge. But I'm looking forward to giving it a try. I mean, you can't be free playing through Game Pass. A 1. I liked Dead Island 1. It wasn't perfect, but I really respect what they did. They tried to do. Nobody had really done an open world zombie game like that. This is before DayZ and all that shit. And it was from a smaller developer. And yeah, that's true. But also I really, really, really love Dying Light and Dying Light 2. And Dead Island had to walk so that Dying Light could run. Because, obviously the same team that made the original Dead Island went on to do Dying Light 1 and 2. So, and Dying Light 1 and 2 were fucking awesome. So, you can definitely tell that, Dead Island was rough around the edges, but they took that and they used that to make a much better game in Dying Light. And Dying Light 2 is one of my favorite games. I love Dying Light 2. I need to go back and play that too, because they added guns and all kinds of quality of life benefits since last time I played it, and they're gearing up to release a massive DLC this year, like basically Dying Light 2 the following. So I'm really stoked for that. A whole new map in the countryside with cars and shit. I already really love Dying Light 2, so I'm plug it up. Yeah, dude, you can't even properly record fucking videos, man. The most you can record on Xbox, is 1 minute, and that's if it's 720p. You can only do 1080p for 60 seconds. Or, I'm sorry, 30 seconds. And you can't edit any of it. So, I love Series X. It has the best backwards compatibility of all time ever. Without a doubt. That's one of the main reasons why I love it. That's what ultimately pushed me to get it was, being able to play all those generations of consoles on one machine, getting to do the quick resume, getting the FPS boost. But yeah, when it comes to streaming and recording, they are so fucking far behind. Oh my god.
Thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martell apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martell? Today's finally the day.
Let me see. Okay. That's actually where I need to be headed anyway, because check for the monster boards and stuff like that.
Did you come through the forge today? It smells like a still. Explain blacksmith's foul.
What do you need? Not saying fortune, do you?
Can I craft anything? No, not yet. Well, hopefully I will be able to eventually. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. They kind of explain that.
No scratches, right?
You have to understand, for one, they were determined to kill him. The Emperor was determined to kill him. And for two, how is he supposed to reach him, man? Remember, for the past 13 years, Clive was literally forced into their army.
Bad, if I do say so myself. No scratches, right?
You know what I'm saying? He had no choice. He was a prisoner of the army for 13 years. How the fuck was Joshua supposed to reach him without walking into the Capitol and saying, "Hey, guys"? And then, it was hard for him to track him down once he did his thing, so...
I think it's alright to touch him.
But yeah. I do like, however, that he doesn't just come in at the end. Joshua actually plays a substantial role in this game. A lot of the time they'll tease, getting back with somebody, and then, oh, you get to them and the game over. So. They also added this track from the DLC, and it's really good. Yes and no. I'd say probably more often than not they've lived. Let me think. Okay, so Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's fair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nobody dies. 9. Nobody dies. You know what I mean. The main character doesn't die. So the first 9, nobody died. 10, Tidus dies. 11. I mean, you don't die because you're nameless character. 12. None of the main characters dies. 13. Lightning technically dies, but then she comes back as like the goddess and you play as her, so I'm not going to count it because she may die, but then she reincarnates and you're still playing her and she's still in the story, so I don't really consider that a death. 15. So no, actually, I would say probably the only ones with characters that die, main characters, is 10, 15, and 16. So like out of, 16 of them? 16 of the games, 3?
Others weren't so lucky, though.
No, okay. And then if we're counting spin-offs, obviously Zack. Christ Court. But that's not a mainline one. So if we're counting spin-offs, then 4. But still, out of 16 games, and God knows how many fucking spin-offs, that's, honestly, there are more of them survived than not.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
But yeah, it is kind of weird that we have like back-to-back Final Fantasy games where the main character dies.
Martel.
Which, honestly, it's not just that. Both Final Fantasy 15 and 16 are sad as fuck.
Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
They also have a tendency of having a time jump and having the characters get really awesome. Because, I like Noctis. I really like Noctis. But Noctis gets 10 times cooler once it jumps ahead 10 years and he's got the fucking beard. And older Noctis, I wish you got to play as him more because he is the shit. It shows how far he came. And then, this game, Clyde, 5 years later, gets a beard, fucking grows out his hair, becomes the leader. Yeah, it's the beard. I will say, though, one area that I think that Final Fantasy 15 bests 16 is the villain. Don't get me wrong. I think this game has several good villains. Because, there's obviously several characters that could qualify. Hugo, Ultima, of course. What's his name? Barnabas. Oh, that's cool. I'll have to look into that then. Or are you talking about 15? Either way, so 16 has some really good villains. And of course, I wouldn't say they're bad villains. But Arden, hands down, my favorite Final Fantasy villain. Arden is the coolest fucking villain. He is well acted, well written, super nuanced, and when you find out his backstory, because you find out a good portion of it anyway, but you can see more of it in his DLC, you honestly feel bad for him. I mean, it's telling. It's really telling that even Noctis feels bad for Arden. And it's like, I'm sorry that this happened to you. This was fucking terrible. Because Arden basically saved everyone from the Star Scourge, and then he had to do that by taking it into him. So then, after saving the world, he was told, well, you have Star Scourge in you, so you're poisoned. We can't have you rest. So they wouldn't let him die, and then held him prisoner for like 2,000 years. Okay, so he saved the world. They spit in his face, called him unclean, and then spent like 2 millennium fucking torturing him. And once you realize that that's what happened to Arden, you're like, yeah, I kind of understand why he wants to kill everybody. Considering, he saved the world and they basically kicked him in the dick. And basically, the gods couldn't figure out how to get rid of the Star Scourge. And he found a way, and then, well, we don't like this solution. It's bullshit. And you can also understand why he hates Noctis, because Arden is part of the line. Yeah, no, when he low-key makes sense, he does, yeah. Although, to tell you the truth, Noctis ultimately gives Arden what he wanted. He had been alive for over 2,000 years. He was immortal. And he had suffered and suffered and suffered and suffered and suffered. So nobody could kill him. Like they showed, nobody could kill him. He tried to fucking kill himself. The Star Scourge made him basically fucking immortal. Even the gods couldn't kill him. That's why they locked him away in, the fucking island, because they could not kill him. So Noctis, with the power of the rings and all that, is able to kill him. So he finally is able to rest and have some measure of peace. So his DLC is also really good, because when you play it, you get to go to Insomnia before it was taken over. So you get to see the beautiful, pretty Insomnia before it was sieged. And that, to me, was worth it.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, make Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clyde, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I did head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
So now you can just hold the star button after a quest and immediately travel to where it takes you. Obviously, that's just a short distance, but if you're far away, it is a useful feature.
The Cursebreakers send their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful?
Yep, and like this part of the quest to greenify the ship.
Siblings, don't you think?
But yeah, the Arden DLC is pretty good. It goes into more of its backstory. And you get to explore Insomnia when it was all white and beautiful before it got all fucked up. So, which for me was worth it because I love Insomnia. In fact, that's got to be one of my favorite tunes in any Final Fantasy game. It's called Somnus. It's the theme of Final Fantasy 15. I love that song.
Did you come through the forge today? It was like a still.
It would explain Blackthorn's foul mood. All that pounding must be something in his skull.
Think it's alright to touch him?
They also added new costumes for the cast as part of a free update a while back. See, like Clive can have like a kind of Ifrit inspired outfit. Torgal can be in his like wolf, his bright wolf form. And his other outfit's pretty cool. It's more Ifrit inspired with silver, and his symbol of his sword on his cape. I mean, it doesn't affect the gameplay at all, but it's still a cool touch. Even Joshua gets an alternate costume.
I hear there's trouble.
Yeah.
That broom's as ragged as it goes.
So Martha's all right.
Yeah. Just about all the cutscenes in this game are real time, though.
What's the matter, Nathan?
Very, very few of them are CG. Most of the time, it's like if they're panning away to a different environment, and, you know, like in a cutscene to show like all across the world and stuff like that, or places that aren't really in the game that much, like you know, when the crystal disappears over Oriflamme. But I would say like 98% of the cutscenes in this game are real time.
The hunt board. It's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Also, I've seen all kinds of memes. Yeah, exactly. I agree. The Titan battles in this game are almost like watching a CG cutscene from a previous Final Fantasy game. It's ridiculous. Yeah. And like I said, like I can't believe there are people who are saying that this game has bad graphics and that it looks like a PS4 game. I'm like, okay, you obviously have not seen some of the battles because they literally would have made PS4 fucking explode. There's no way that could have been handled in real time. Any of them.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Alastia are going through a lot already.
I honestly think this game is fucking gorgeous.
The last thing they need is ungodly.
And it has some of the best foliage I've ever seen.
Else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Play review. The Broken Hilt Rosaria. Okay. I can go take care of some of that right now. Ah, god damn it. Yeah, well, I'll have to after I finish the main story anyway then.
And how
Yeah.
may I assist you today?
Allow me to educate you.
The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Oh, Clive! Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. It's a great feature. I agree.
All yours. Here you are. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look. Always something in there.
Alright, guess I'll jump back in. Southern Rosaria.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
Dude, when I first saw this guy came back, I was so fucking happy, man.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
To kill them all.
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
It's also kind of weird because this game continues the weird tradition of Shiva and Ifrit becoming lovers. Because in 15, if you remember, Shiva and Ifrit were lovers in that game as well.
Come on.
Bloodlines.
How far do you think?
My only real regret with this game, as I've stated before, my only, the dynamic duo, my only real regret with this game is that there's no massive cities to explore. The towns are great, but I wish there would have been at least one big city to explore. Instead, all the cities in the game are, you basically don't go there or you see them in a dungeon. Excuse me. That to me was disappointment.
Extends. Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Yeah! Go, bros!
Straight home now.
See now, instead of hitting them, you'd hold it, and then you could detonate at will. I actually like it a lot better.
Come on.
Oh, yeah! Chocobo drift!
Be safe.
God, I love ignition. Basically become like a flying pinball of death. Just doing some exploring since I opened up a new chunk of the map.
Thanks, girl.
Yeah. I move, man. I've always had a massive disdain for spiders.
Ready, go? Run like the wind. You deserve it.
Kill! Stay down!
Yeah. See, where I'm from, we have fucking wolf spiders. They are massive spiders. Yeah, they call them that because they're big and hairy and gray, pretty much. Like, they look furry. That's why they call them wolf spiders. They're harmless. They're not poisonous at all, but they're fucking massive. Some of them are as big as your fucking hand. I mean, they are large. Yeah.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
Straight home now.
Okay, man. Yeah. Gotcha.
Be safe.
I needed that. This is no time to ride. Wild wyvern.
Fuck. Oh, snap.
Hope there aren't any more of them. Come on.
Yeah!
Straight home now. This isn't gonna be easy. Too slow. rest well. I know I will.
Ready, go?
Thanks, Gal.
Look at this
Keep them
place.
pilgers nice and chilled.
Do you see anything you like? An excellent choice. You've a keen eye. I do like a customer who knows what he wants. You've a keen eye. An excellent choice. I hear there's trouble.
You think it's alright to touch him?
Yeah, Little Big Planet is great. I agree.
That room's as ragged as...
So Martha's all right.
Yep. Others won't say.
Yeah, I've taken all the ones I can out so far.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Come to claim your just desserts? Here you are. Best of luck out there.
Mockery. Justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! I think we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows like the miller's son?
All right.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stone.
We're going hunting for
Take out the
outlaws.
Empire. There are 100 full legions. 100? I heard it were 1,000.
There was a time my husband might have stood up to those men. Though back then, he wouldn't have needed to.
Run along now, before one of the boys starts thinking you're something you're not.
Word is, Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp sprung up along the walls.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shield. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harbouring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out. Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way. These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
Come on. This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Be safe.
Ever since the apodatory, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystals collapse?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it. Good girl.
Run like the wind.
You deserve a rest.
Bitch. Oh, I'm fucking scared.
More of my mother's men.
blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel. Why then? We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again. I'll show you a true shield of faith. Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry. Find something, boy. Death.
Found her.
Jesus Christ.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone...
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith. Time to fight.
They tell us there's a code, but they refuse to.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
The Empire would have us live in the Deadlands.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
It's over. Too slow.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
this one. Ogle, kill! Sick!
Like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
Let us pass! My children are starving!
My children are starving! Like a my who's fucking do them. Please forgive me.
You can't ignore us forever!
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep!
Better out there than in here!
Oh, good enough for
Fuck off! Hang it, chinless bastards! Those crystals belong to us all! I said, where were you, filth?
Back to your sty!
We'll cut you down where you stand! Destroy it!
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in. I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
Black light burns.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for. This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out. Or not.
Garuda!
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died. Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed.
Fucking weed! Man, I have goosebumps. I have literal goosebumps right now.
It really is you.
It is. So wait.
Fuck yeah.
We can speak inside.
It's been almost 20 years since he fucking met Wade. That's crazy.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial...
Fucking Wade. God, I love Wade.
Clutches.
Such a solid bro.
Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye. The foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord. But in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge. Then so do we. Make ready. This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name.
Fucking anxiety.
It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
You're telling me that's the Archduke's son?
You are welcome to what little we have managed to salvage. Of course, my lord. As you wish, my lord. I will be here should you need aught else. Our thanks, my lord. May it serve the cause well. I will be here should you need aught else.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company.
Excuse me.
I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village. We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Come along now.
Bastards are looking.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
Let's fucking go!
What is it now? I told you!
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come! Die along with your flame! For Azaria!
For Azaria!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight their battles for them.
More dragons.
Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point, that this land is in dire need of cleansing.
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
We finish him.
Missed you.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud! My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battle to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home. And we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
Hey, you watch, I appreciate you.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
Oh, yeah.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
God, I love Byron. He is such a great character. One of my favorite characters in the entire series. God, I wish you could have gone to Porto's Old. The fact this game has no cities to explore really fucking bums me out.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
God, I love Byron, man.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue!
I love this whole thing.
You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy
He's
crimes
reenacting the
against
games
church
they
and
played when he was a
crown,
kid.
I shall have thy head.
he had to think of a way to prove to him it was him, and that was the game they used to play. He listed the exact stuff that they used to play when they used to play knights when he was a kid. Only he would know that.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell,
And you see he's
that thou
crying.
might see thy charge once more.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Maddu in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you.
It's a really heartwarming moment. And Byron is so much needed comedic relief. He's fucking awesome.
Always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
Rutherford!
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother.
He loved his brother.
All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us, then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
By your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing. The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass.
Rutherford!
This will be fun.
She's a fine ship, isn't she?
Alright, man. See ya.
Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
She gets her revenge,
I
though.
don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand?
Clive and Jill go to that island and fucking kill all of them.
I want to choose a different path, a better path.
And then people say that she's submissive and has no role or agency in the story.
On my
Fuck
own
them.
terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive.
They have such a wholesome romance. And when they finally get down to their sex
atone
scene,
for my sins.
Ah.
Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
when they get to finally have a sex scene, they do it so tastefully that it's not gross or dirty at all.
Promise me that you won't die with it.
It's terrific. And it feels earned.
Let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Here be monsters.
Only the founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
More quests, which I will definitely be doing.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first tunnel worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these guardians of...
There are new billets being pulled.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. Normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what you say?
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
I could have sworn we had a few.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil, shut you up. It's nothing, really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like heavy, clumsy shit. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. Now, every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for? Now piss off.
All right. We're going. I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of ale. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
That monster's taken quite...
Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe... Care Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
How did we never hear about these guardians of...
Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew. Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Oh, wait a minute.
Fly, Ambrosia. Let's go. Faster!
We're not alone.
No need to ride from here.
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
Karen over at Westgate, Sam Break.
straight home now.
Okay. Hey, how's it going, man?
Bloody work will have to wait. Vogel, look sharp.
Really, bro? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh. Ah, fuck. Bitch.
Is something there, boy? Could that be our man? You all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She sent you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you. Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's mood.
And with a bit of luck, Clive might even find the geezer. How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
You're joking.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive. You didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see, and his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor, and again most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. but I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. Nah, it wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted, I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
Weird.
Clive? Not Sanktfordian, do you?
From
And how am I meant to do that then?
they're from Elite Monsters.
That it? Fine.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
How may I help you today, Clive? You earned this. Best of luck out there, Sid.
That's all I can do for now. Actually, hold on.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we?
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up, hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer, when there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 Reeds would be your best bet, if memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
It'll take ages to tidy all of it.
Stay sharp. We don't know when those bastards will be back.
We do know one thing.
Ambrosia won't help me here. No use calling Ambrosia now.
Here we go.
Run like the wind.
No, I'm not trying to fight these fuckers.
straight home now. Scorpions. At least I know what I'm up against.
Oh, snap!
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad. Or any worse, at least.
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
I did indeed.
Marvelous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long. I present Chance's Stew,
There
risen
is
once
no
again from the ashes of
fucking way.
obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm, not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss. Odin's teeth. What, the salt on the senses? It's like choking on swamp water. and yet, up through the pungency, there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavours, but never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're, welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's
It's like, please, no, you don't have to do that.
stew sits before everyone in the hideaway. A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
Hey, that's cool.
I could have sworn we had a few more.
Typical nobles.
Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
Fucking anxiety, man.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it.
But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the Mother Crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Drastanus, home of Drake's breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity. The Mother Crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drastanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here. Let's see if Jill's ready.
A sea voyage this time, is it? I can lend you an oilskin if you're looking to keep the salt off your back.
We'll be over soon.
You ready?
I think so.
Jill, when you told me you had to come to terms with your past, you weren't talking about destroying Drake's breath, were you?
No. I spoke of Imran, the leader of the Crystalline Orthodox. The man who made me do all those unspeakable things. I'm going to kill him. It's what I need to do to put the past behind me. What I need to move forward. And I know that I can do it. If you're there beside me.
Always.
And I'll be beside you, too. We'll bring down the Mother Crystal together. All while Sid looks on.
We'll make him proud. Useful trick. Freezing and thawing the spray to make mist. How did you learn to use your powers like this?
The Masters made me do it. When the Crusaders took to the seas, to keep the fleet's movements from prying eyes. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
This may be the only chance I get to go back. My only chance to put things right. I have to do this. Whatever the cost.
All right.
There she is. The Iron Kingdom's Mother Crystal.
Drake's breath. Strong currents, sharp rocks, and ether floods. Let's not forget them. This island is a natural fortress.
But safety breeds complacency, allowing a single rowing boat to slip in unseen. The sanctuary is inside the mountain. If we follow the old trail, we should be able to enter by the back gate.
All right. Let's go.
Fire and ice.
I always imagined when I came here it would be to reclaim it.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches for far too long.
As was I. For 13 years, this rock was my home. I know its secrets only too well. This path was abandoned after an ether flood. They don't guard it anymore.
The perfect little shortcut. They're all Akashic.
The ether flood must have spread. It was never as bad as this before. And the only way past them is through them.
Was that an earthquake?
They happen all the time. That wasn't even a bad one. It's nothing to worry about.
Oh, that's great.
old arboretum is just up here. We'll enter the caves from there.
Now you're for it.
Look at this place. What a mess.
Wait.
It's turned.
Nothing a shield of Rosaria can't handle. Just like old times. Be sure to keep clear of its maw.
Believe me, I mean to. That's foul.
Don't breathe it in. It's already.
Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Shit.
Press on.
Yes. I needed that. It's like a furnace in here.
We're inside the volcano. You get used to the heat. Though I don't remember it being quite this hot.
Was that one cause for concern?
It was. And they're getting bigger. Something's wrong.
Is there no other way across?
Yeah, I guess. I guess I have a problem.
This is going to be close. Come on!
Let's not do that again.
No. Let's not. They don't look too tough.
Perhaps not alone, but in numbers like these.
God damn it. Fucking bombs, man. I'm just having a lot of fun playing the game, so I've just been playing a lot of it, you know?
Drake's breath.
We're nearly at the oratory.
What the hell is that?
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, whatever it is, I don't think it's friendly. Give me that!
Sweet. I'm not sure how I feel about the aerial blast. I see. Fuck. Oh, I have to fucking that way.
of the demons. But they never leave the lava.
If I didn't know better, I think this volcano was about to erupt.
Why attack us then? They're peaceful creatures.
Then this one must be the exception.
Let's try.
Hey, how's it going? Rod to redemption. That's funny. That's good, man. I think it's great. I'm a huge fan of Final Fantasy. I think this is definitely one of the best.
What's it doing?
Nothing good, I'll wager.
Oh, yeah. Well, ish. About more than halfway through. Still a long ways to go. Yeah, every day, pretty much. Man, the Geico lizard really went down a dark path.
You hurt?
Just hot.
That's great, man. You gotta stay on the grind.
Quite a commotion our friend made. Let's hope the guards didn't hear it.
The gate to the inner chambers is just up there. Then we make for the sanctuary. I need to finish this. Before the heat finishes me.
Here.
We'll enter the Comric by the Handmaiden's living quarters. It was always a hive of activity.
Sounds like we'll have a hard time staying out of sight.
We won't have to. There's someone there I should very much like to see.
Yeah. Just 100 or so more, about 102 more, and I can apply for monetization. That's the goal. I already have about 357,000 views on my channel, if I'm not mistaken. Those views put me in like the top 1% of YouTubers, so I've already come farther than 99% of people I have, so I'm getting there. I've already, come, like I said, I've come farther than literally 99% of people. So, just gotta stick with it. Plus, I just genuinely enjoy doing it. I love gaming. I love talking about games. I love talking to people about games. So when you stream, you take all three of those things and put them together. It's a good time.
Lady Marley. It's me. By some mother.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
It can't be.
Every little bit helps.
It is, my lady. We cannot talk here. Come with me. I'm so glad you're safe.
And I you.
Why ever would you risk coming back? Are you a fool, girl?
No, because you came back to kill him.
I'm tired of your freedom.
Kill them all.
Forgive me, my lady.
Eventually, the goal is to stream more stuff. I stream pretty much PS5, Series X, what I can stream. And the goal is to eventually, when I get fuck you money, to get a good PC, a beefy PC, and stream everything. Because I play a lot of older games. I like a lot of older games, and I would like to stream those. I don't have a fucking PC and a capture card, so I kind of got to work with what I have. But, eventually I will get around to streaming all those, because I play a lot of games. I play a lot of older stuff, new stuff. I don't just like news games.
But I had to come back. There are things I left undone. Tell me, where is the Patriarch?
At this hour, he'll be in the Comric.
Yep.
Giving thanks.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. I definitely would love to emulate those games and play them, because fucking scalpers have ruined old school collecting. They are fucked now. You can't, it used to be anybody could collect old school games, and, they just needed time and patience. And now nobody can afford them without fucking leasing their kidney. And yeah, GameCube was great, man. So emulation is the way to go. I'm not going to pay $200, $300 for a fucking game. That's not going to even go to the developer of the game. It's going to go to a fucking neckbeard scalper in his mom's basement. Okay, if there was a legit affordable way to buy it, I would. So, emulation is the way to go. And, like a lot of stuff like GameCube and PS2 and all that stuff is pretty easy to emulate these days. Basic rig can do it. So, it's a treasure trove of games waiting to be played and streamed. Definitely. Yeah, well, I mean, it was COVID, but it was also scalpers. They literally created a boom, like a fake boom market. Like in the 80s, they had like a coin boom. They did that for games. Yeah, game grading, yeah. So, like the pandemic, I can understand, okay? When we have times where we're lean, shit goes up. That is literally how it works. The fucking game grading and the scalpers, yeah, no. I saw a picture a couple days ago that literally filled me with like a primal fucking rage, where it was like a bunch of Pokemon GBA cards and they were like $200 a piece. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? One of them was like $185 and it didn't even have the fucking logo or the box. Okay? Does that cart come with a fucking blowjob? It better. And it's like, it's not like these are rare games, mind you, okay? Because there's some games that are really, really hard to find. These are fucking Pokemon. They might be the most played and purchased games on the fucking system. Okay? The last that I checked, Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald sold like 20 million copies, 30 million copies, okay? They are fucking everywhere, okay? So the fact that they would charge $200 for this game and it doesn't even have the goddamn case and it's plentiful is insane. And those are the common games. I don't even want to think about some of the rare games. Like, you'd probably have to fucking trade a kidney on the black market to get like Botakai the Sun is in Your Hands or fucking, any of the actual rare Game Boy games. It's ridiculous. I love GameCube. GameCube may be one of my favorite systems of all time ever. I have so much good memories of playing with GameCube, and I still think the library is held up. But getting any fucking GameCube game now is almost impossible because they're all so fucking expensive. It is so shitty. Oh my god. Yeah, that's gonna shoot up like crazy. Although still, that's also due to bullshit. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Friday the 13th game because I'm not a big fan of multiplayer games. I'm a single player guy. Even though I love Friday the 13th, it's just not my cup of tea. I don't fucking play Dead by Daylight either. But it's still basically the entire situation with Friday the 13th is that it got shut down because the rights holders would rather nobody make any money off the game than continue to lease it out to the only people who are willing to make a fucking Friday the 13th game. Yeah, Disprot. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. It doesn't matter how well you take care of games. Eventually, they're going to degrade. Okay? All these game companies want to piss all over these game executives or game emulators. But at the end of the day, these people emulating these games are the only thing that's keeping them alive. 100 years from now, when all of the codes have rotted away, when none of it left, the only way these games will be saved is through the emulation that keeps their code alive. So, they're really doing game makers a service. And if they really have a problem with people emulating games, then they should make them available to purchase because studies have shown that if there's a legal, affordable way to buy a game, then 9 times out of 10 people will fucking buy it other than emulating it. These people emulate these older games because there is no way to get them affordably. Okay? And even if they did, none of the money for that purchase would go to the actual fucking people that made the game. It would go to some fucking dude that helped scout the game. Okay? So it's not like, well, if you really like the game, you'll support the devs. I could buy the game. It wouldn't support them. Okay? So I'm not going to spend $300 fucking dollars on a game that's not even going to go to the people who made it. It's going to go to some asshole who fucking scouted it and created a market boom. It's just not going to happen. Okay? And, like, to show you, okay, take the Wii. The Wii, Nintendo has consistently said that the virtual channel, the virtual shop, was one of the highest grossing moneymakers on the Wii. So they gave people a legal, affordable way to buy games, and it made them a shit ton of money. It's funny how that works, right? And then Nintendo wonders why there's so much like emulation of their games when they just gave up on the virtual channel. It's funny how when they took away the legal way to purchase the game, emulation went up. It's almost like there's a correlation there that Nintendo's too fucking dumb to realize. When it comes to piracy, or I prefer to say emulation, honestly. When it comes to emulation, I have a very simple guideline, okay? If the game is super old and buying it legitimately would not benefit the developers, I have no moral qualms with it, okay? Now, for example, I see people pirating Switch games. That I have a problem with, okay? Because Switch is a widely available system that's affordable, okay? So there's no like way to excuse that. If you're fucking with the Switch emulation, you're pirating the games, you're not buying them, you are directly hurting Nintendo's bottom line. It's hard for me to get really upset at them about that because you are directly hurting them. Yeah, exactly. So if it's like a modern system and you're pirating it, then yeah, shame on you, okay? Because you are stealing, okay? You could have bought that. You could have supported the developer for the regular normal price, and you didn't. I mean, it's not like the worst crime in the fucking world, but still, But if it's an old system, shut the fuck up. There's no moral qualms, okay? So, like people were getting upset about the Switch emulator, the Yuzu, whatever the fuck they call it, and they fucked themselves. They not only were, helping emulate Switch games, which was directly hurting Nintendo's bottom line, but they were telling people how to do it themselves, and they were paywalling it. So they were literally profiting off of taking the money from Nintendo. What the fuck did they think was going to happen? Anyone and their mother who was not a fucking idiot could have told them how that would have went down, okay? Because if they had just emulated it, Nintendo might have shut the site down, Nintendo might have sent them a cease or desist, they would not have taken them to court. It was the fact that they paywalled it and they were directly profiting off of helping other people take their games. So you know what, as much as I hate Nintendo's modern stance, okay, I had to side with Nintendo. They were absolutely right to fucking do that. And there's some other people who made another Switch emulator. I don't even know what the fuck it's called. Swizz or something. It's some like derivative knockoff of the name. Um, but they're not in any danger because they're not paywalling it. So like I said, worst case scenario, they'll get told to shut the site down and move it to another site. Okay, that's why like GBA ROMs and all those places keep circulating around because those people aren't stupid enough to fucking charge for them. And I absolutely agree. The whole point of emulation is to preserve games and make an affordable way to do it since you can't support the developers. But when you step in and a third party who has nothing to fucking do with those games, says, well, you got to pay me to play them, then yeah, you're totally in infringement. Because you make a Switch emulator, fine, okay. And to be fair, there is a sizable portion of people who they just buy games legitimately and then they back them up and they emulate them on their PC because they want to run the games that not shitty, A lot of Switch games have really low specs and really struggle to run. So they'll buy the game and then they'll put it on their PC so they can run it at awesome settings. And you like Mudahar, if you know some ordinary gamers, he does that pretty much every Switch game. He'll buy it legitimately and then back it up and play it on his PC so he can play it without a shit frame rate. And I can't really be mad at him like that because, if he's got the rig for it and he's buying the fucking game. And on top of that, that's actually legally protected. If you legitimately buy the game and back up the ROM, you are allowed to do that. They've literally fought court cases over that and lost. That is totally legal. So, doing stuff like that, but, yeah. So, like, I remember Metroid Dread. I need to play Metroid Dread. I haven't played Metroid Dread. I want to. I just, add it to the fucking list of games I need to get around to playing. I only have so much money to go around. I was really excited for Metroid Dread because, it's great to have a new Metroid, and it's great to have a 2D one. There hasn't been a 2D one in God knows how long. Or a new one, anyway, because they did Samus Returns, but, it had been, like, literally Metroid Fusion, I think. So, like, it was, like, over 20 fucking years since we got a new 2D Metroid. And I remember Kotaku was telling people how to pirate it. Yeah, well, I have a Switch. Unfortunately, it sits and gathers dust because any third-party exclusive game, why would I play it on Switch? And like I have a Series X and a PS5. If I'm gonna play a game on any other system, I'm gonna play it on them. Okay, it's like, hey, would you like to play this game in the worst version imaginable? So I only really drag out the Switch for the games that are exclusives that I can't play elsewhere, and for games that I really like, because Animal Crossing is fine, but it's not my cup of tea. So it's like the thing that happens with my Switch is that I'll bring it out for a game that I've been waiting for, play the shit out of it, and then it will just gather dust for like 6 months. You know what I'm saying? I wait for the big exclusive. I don't regret buying it, but yeah, I like it. I'll extremely play the Switch and then act like I don't own it. I think the last time I actually played the Switch a good deal was excuse me, when uh Bowser's Inside Fear. No, what am I saying? I'm all confused. Bowser's Fury came out. I 100% completed that. I had a great time, and then Xenoblade Chronicles 3, because those are exclusives. I can't fucking play them other places. So I think the Switch 2 is supposed to come out this year, whatever the fuck they call it. Honestly. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, okay? I have to admit, like, Nintendo is definitely better about third-party shit. Oh, no, I'm sorry, man. I paused the game. I was going on a tangent. I play all kinds of, I try to talk while I play the game, but sometimes when I get on a real tangent, I just want to clear my thoughts and get out what I have to say, you know what I'm saying? Without the distractions of the game. Um, so, uh, Nintendo has gotten better about third party, okay, definitely. But still nowhere near as good as they should be, and never, okay? Every time I bought a fucking Nintendo system, GameCube, Wii U, which I have a Wii U actually, Switch, it has been for the exclusives. I'm not buying it for third party shit. Well, on GameCube it was a little bit different because, on GameCube is actually comparable to like PS2, so you might actually get some good ports on GameCube. Oh yeah, that's cool. Rye. That's cool, man. Uh, Weird, funny coincidences like how that happened. Yeah, exactly. Like in general conversation, I'll talk during the stream and just play. But for certain things, I uh, I just want to get my thoughts out. That's the way my brain works. I have a train of thought, and I have to see it to its conclusion, or I'm never gonna fucking rest.
You mean... Oh, that fiend! Clive, we have to get to the sanctuary. Now.
Excuse me.
Lady Marley, you must flee this place, gather your things, and go. Now listen here, Jill.
Yeah, pretty much.
We have company.
I don't know if you can see, but my cat is back there. Well, hold on. I think you can see if I move the chair. Yeah, you can just barely see my cat. She's just chilling on the couch back there. A lot of times she'll come and sit on my lap, but now she's just feeling chilling on the couch, so I just leave her be. You gotta let cats come to you when they want to come to you. I just have the one cat, but I love her as much as I love 10 cats, so. That cat's probably my best friend in the entire world. Well, that's a lot of pussy. But no, that's a manageable number. Her name is Echo. She's basically a rescue. My girlfriend at the time didn't really love her, and she wasn't abusive, but she didn't really love her like I did. And I had grown, like, she moved in with me, and I had grown to love her. And she was like, "Oh, I don't care about cats like dogs. I can just leave Echo behind and not care." And like I said, I had grown to love Echo. So I was just like, oh, then, you know, if we ever break up, then give me the cat. She said, okay, and we broke up, and me and Echo have been together ever since. That was about 7 years ago now. I've been with Echo most of her life. I love her dearly. I feed that cat. You know, I sleep with that cat. She sits on my lap when I stream. Yeah, it's great. Always good to have new people join chats.
Follow this passage. It leads
Always
straight
looking forward to meeting new people. You know, connecting with new people.
Thank you.
I also, I have a Discord that I have, a small Discord full of people that are like-minded.
My light in the darkness.
I can send you the link if you're down. Obviously, no pressure. I just, when I meet people that I think are cool, that I enjoy talking to, I just invite them to Discord.
Take care, my lady, please. You deserve better than this. A long and happy life, promise me. I'll live.
Yeah, well, you know, if you want to throw any people my way, that's fine, dude. Same with if you drop into the Discord. I believe in helping each other out. You know, too many people in this world think that the only way to get ahead is by pushing somebody else down. There's room at the top for everybody. That's funny. I should probably do that for Echo. Then she'd probably demand a cut of my streams. Little bastard. I'm just kidding. I love her. But you know, I believe in propping each other up. So, you know, anybody who comes to my streams, I try to help them if I can. Majin, he is a fucking excellent guitar player. I mean, for real, like, he's so good at guitar. And whenever he posts a video doing a guitar cover, I always, you know, post it to everyone in the group, trying to help him as much as I can. Obviously, I wish I could do more, but you know, what I can do, I do. I believe, you know, people got to help each other out.
You promised to do the same.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta, you know, pay it forward. Smaller people gotta stick together. So.
Come on, Clive. We're nearly at the comrade.
Comrade. Surprise, motherfucker!
It's our welcoming party.
I've had enough of their hospitality.
That's right. Yeah. That is fair. A lot has changed. Yeah, you know, he's never told me how long he played guitar. I'd assume for a while. Because he is a really, really good guitar player. He did not get that good overnight. For sure. So, I'd assume at least a couple years, if not longer. Because, I mean, he did a cover of, like, Alan Wake, The Herald of Darkness, and, I mean, that shit was fucking spot on. Wow. That's a long time, man. That's impressive. I mean, props to you. Well, it really shows, dude. You're really good at what you do, so... Yeah. I've had a face cam for a while now. That was one of the few things I splurged on. A lot of people don't want to watch you when you're just audio, unfortunately. Yeah, you need a special camera for that. So I definitely understand.
How many of them are there?
Too many.
Yeah, there you go, man. That's great.
Nice try.
Really, bro? Oh, that's great. My name is Kiernan, or Kiernan, can be said either way. It's Irish.
That's better.
Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm American-born. I reside in America, but I'm of Irish ancestry. My dad was very Irish, you know, in his side, and then my mom took an ancestry test, and she's like 77% Irish. So I'm pretty Irish. Like I said, man, later I'll post my Discord link in the server. I'll post my Discord link in the chat, and if you want to join my Discord server, you can. We have a lot of cool people, I think.
Clive, there's something I need you to know. I saw the Patriarch do things no one should have to see. And so I swore that he would die by my hand.
I understand. I faced my demons, and you must face yours.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, man. I'm trying my hardest, man.
We're nearly there. Just one last push.
My God, let this stop.
Oh, that's good, man. Well, you know, you shouldn't feel any obligation. Any little bit helps, and I'm obviously thankful for it. But I'm not the type of guy that likes to be pushy about people subscribing. And it bothers me when YouTubers are like that. Really gets on my nerves. That's good, man. Let's see what you're saying. I use Titan abilities actually. I really like Titan abilities. They do a shit ton of direct damage, and I like to parry. In terms of like direct damage, I think Titan is pretty much the highest damaging one out of all of them. So if you can use ability to stun them, and then you hit them with Titan, you can just fuck their shit up. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 is great. Honestly, this is a nice kind of wholesome thing. Oh man, the remake is so great. The remake is so great, man. I'm a huge fan of the original Resident Evil 4. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry about that, dude. I've had that happen to me. It's fucking bullshit. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I mean, it's happened to me as well. So I wouldn't kick this on, man. You streaming long enough, you're gonna fuck up occasionally. It's just, kind of how it goes. Yeah, seriously, I'm not fucking Darkside Phil. Why aren't you so straight, dude?
Shiva's dominant. Come to beg forgiveness for your failure.
Oh yeah, sure. No, she's come to fucking kill you. Pretty much.
For years, I followed your orders. Fought your wars.
Pretty much, yeah.
All to protect the children you took. Just as you took me. And what did you do in return? You put them in chains and you slit their throats!
Their souls were sullied with a stain of ether. I merely cleansed them of their corruption.
Oh god.
Penance paid.
Yeah, that's not me, man. I can't stand people like that, dude.
Wills it. Repent.
Cause I mean, what you get more subs. You get more subs, and then people fucking hate you.
Abomination.
It's not worth it.
For a monster like you to set foot in the Holy Cymric is in itself a crime deserving of death.
I never do shit like that,
You're
man.
right. I am a monster. And my soul is stained black. Though not by ether. But by the evil of men like you. Who made me close my heart and drown in darkness when I should have raged against
Yeah,
it.
pretty much. And that kind of stuff never lasts.
Is my penance. I will be your monster no more. Nor will I suffer you to create another.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's what happens when you do shit like that.
Does the beast bare its teeth at its master?
I love how confident this guy is.
Come then, dominant. Rage, be as you have ever been. A monster!
And what are you, Imran? I was forced to kill. You do it by choice. But never again. I bowed to you once. Now it is you who shall bow to me.
Kill them.
Yeah, Twix does have a problem with bots.
Right.
Alright, man. Yeah, bro. Fuck your crystal. Oh, she went full Shiva. Who I think is the coolest just depends on which game, to be fair. Yeah, it varies because their ice powers are cool. Their ability, like the looks and vibes of the gods, really varies in each game. So.
Remember how it felt? Why? Why can't I do it?
Yeah.
Please, just once.
She won't be able to hold that lava back forever. We better make this quick.
Damn it. Yeah, I did. In May, I think. Right around my birthday. I mean, I don't have a PC and I already own Ghost of Tsushima on PS5, so. But it's great for people who want to play it. So, fantastic game. Yeah. Yeah, that usually happens. So, oh god. Dude, I would fucking freak out, man. Oh, come on, you bitch.
Damn it.
Go.
All right. I won't take long. Nice try.
Ah, what a bitch. Eat a dick! A liquid flame dick! A molten toad!
Jill!
I'm going to finish this, Clive. Here. Use this.
Pretty much. For everyone except for Clive. He doesn't really experience any of the negative effects that the others do. And they talk about that. So, while he can't control when he does Ifrit, it doesn't siphon his fucking life force. Yeah, pretty much. Beat the boss, takes her powers. Hey, it's good to see you, man. Fuck yo, crystal bitch!
Are you watching, Sid? You're one step closer to freedom.
Mega Man 11 is really fucking great if you ever get the chance to play it.
What did you do to it?
Oh,
You.
we destroyed it.
What? What? Monster! Monster! Do you have any idea what you have done?
I do, Father. I have killed the monster and become an outlaw. May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
It's over.
It is.
And Shiva exacted her price.
She did.
Again, the burden fell to you.
And I bore it willingly. This was a sin for which I had to atone. Now I can continue at your side with my head held high.
It's amazing people try to say that she doesn't have agency in this plot and then just ignore this fucking whole segment. I thought Togo's like, yo, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Clive, look.
It's just like the one at Phoenix Gate. Damn it. We need to leave.
Agreed.
Oh, I feel you there, man.
Oh, Jill. I kept my promise, and now you keep yours.
Meanwhile, back at the Legion of Doom, I always felt like there was a relationship between Joshua and Yote that I don't think they showed off enough.
This way, Your Grace.
Kind of, but then also saving humanity. It's like one of those situations where they have to pay.
You're bleeding. I have a tonic which will...
I thank you for your kindness, truly. But I assure you, I will survive. Please, save your medicines for those who need them most.
Oh, well, if you're sure...
For a moment there, I felt my brother's presence.
You did?
I love Joshua, he's a great guy.
I fear he is in Ultima's thoughts again. But why now, after 5 years of silence?
Because he just took down a crystal, bro!
I cannot keep him sealed away much longer.
Your Grace.
No, do not dirty your hands.
Yeah, I've heard about Hardcore Uprising. I've never played it, but I have heard of it. It's not the first time I've had it mentioned.
Look at them all. Like a river flowing to the sea.
Or moths to a flame,
That sucks.
perhaps. The crystalline dominion their light in the darkness. More and more lose their homes to the blight and set out in search of sanctuary, while others lose their fortunes to the Dalmekian levies and leave to find new livelihoods. What is it that you seek in the Dominion, Your Grace?
Oh, Dion Lesage.
You mean the Crown Prince of Sanbrec?
He has many titles. Dion the Bold, Prince of Dragoons.
Dion is how you do a gay relationship in a game right.
Or simply Bahamut. I met him once, when we were children. He was a chivalrous soul even then, and has served his empire indefatigably ever since.
And you are confident that he will listen to what you have to say?
Our world lurches ever closer to the abyss, and a hidden hand ushers us onward. Ultima's influence extends to every nation.
Yep, with Clive's cunt
Sanbrec
mother.
included. If His Highness is the man I believe him to be, and I pray that he is, this truth
Probably
will
RPGs,
not have escaped
honestly.
his notice.
I love a good RPG. I love a wide amount of genres, but still probably RPGs.
As the mother crystals fall, the eternal flame wavers, and the azure sky begins to bruise. How lucky we were to be blessed by the crystals, and yet how spoiled. Like canaries in a gilded cage, growing fat on seed. But now, the bars are closing in, and we must take flight. Painful though it be to leave our home behind, it is what we must do to be free. Which is it that men cannot live without? A blessing that leads to damnation, or a freedom that leads to deprivation? I do not yet know the answer to that question. Do you, Clive?
Your Grace, let us find a place to rest a while. We can return by the Dalmekian trail once you have recovered your strength. I realize your duty is pressing, but if your health should fail...
I know. Thank you, Yoto.
Meanwhile, Randala.
The army's attempt to breach the Empire's defenses and gain the Isles of Ark has failed yet again.
Only because your fleet has proved as impotent as a eunuch on lane night.
Yeah, I like a wide variety of games. I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy lately, just because I've been into it, but I play first-person shooters, horror, action, hack and slash, 2D, 3D, retro. I play a lot of shit.
Enough, both of you. All here agree that the Empire cannot be allowed to maintain its illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, our casualties mount with each passing day.
There is a literal sea twixt you and your prize. The armies of Sambrek need but sit back and watch as you harmlessly lap against their walls. They are dug in like ticks and seek to draw out this siege, knowing the capital's stores are nigh bottomless. And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might reap.
Hugo's a fucking great character.
Republican soldiers starve while waiting for orders from Randalar.
If you would but take the field, their bellies would be full by nightfall.
If I take the field, so too will Bahamut, and our duel will shake the island to its foundations. Instead of liberating the Dominion, you would doom it to destruction. Unless that is what you desire.
Gotta get the most pumping.
If our learned advisor has a solution to propose, we should be glad to consider it.
Oh, that fucker. Oh, Annabelle.
The Emperor's?
What is the meaning of this, Lord Kupka?
What it means is that I am disinclined to advise you any longer.
Honestly, I think maybe out of anybody in this entire game, I despise her the
Looks
most.
on their faces when you walked through those doors. A perfect picture of stupefaction. They could not believe their eyes. Though I confess, I had my own doubts whether or not you would accept.
Because even Ultima, okay? He's got all this, fucked up shit going on with Ultima. To save his people. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to do it by fucking humanity, but, he still has a reason to do what he does, okay? The Emperor of Sambrek, he's crazy fucking religious zealot. He at least thinks what he's doing is right. And even Hugo, still trying to do what he thinks is right. Annabelle is like the only person who is just a greedy cunt who just thinks of nobody but herself. She's not trying to do what's right. She gives no shits about what's right. The whole world could burn as long as she gets what she wants. And she is sly, cowardly, and she fucked over the only people who ever really cared about her. Like, so honestly, I think out of all the people, she may not be like the greatest threat, but she is the most despicable.
Such shocking news. Sid isn't a son of a whore. He's the son of an empress. Your own dear Clive.
Absurd. Who fed you these lies? I have never spent a moment among criminals, save at the gallows. I came here with my son, not to entertain your baseless accusations, but to put an end to the senseless hostilities between our nations.
And not only that, but she has nothing of merit to offer. You understand? Literally, she is the fucking spitting image of I have royal blood, therefore I am better than you just by being born. You know, Hugo, he is a fucking mammoth of a mountain. He is strong as shit. Ultima, it's fucking God. Shaped the entire world. Fucking Emperor Sambrek won that emperor by being a good emperor. He may have gone crazy later, you know. All these other people have merit, and she's just literally what is she doing? Like if you cornered her and punched her in the face, she'd go down. Like she has no fucking skills besides being a backstabbing fucking cutthroat. Which it's really not that hard to do that when you're fucking over somebody that trusted you, that gives you everything. So, you know, she has all this pompousness, all this entitlement, all this bullshit, and what does she have to show for it? Nothing. She's worthless. She can't fight. She's not intelligent. She's not a cunning strategist. She's a dick.
You need only agree to the terms I set out. Sid took the life of someone dear to me, a woman by the name of Benedicta. I swore to take his in turn. This would not be disagreeable to you, I take it. You would finally be rid of the stain on your noble name. In return, I will leave Sanbreque in your capable hands. Your Imperial Majesty.
Even now, all the stuff that he's doing it for love. Say what you want to about Kupka. He genuinely loved Benedicta. Not for her looks, not for, you know, her sex appeal. He honestly loved her. She didn't love him, but he loved her.
And all for the love of a common whore.
See?
Dominant or no, one cannot hide one's breeding. And beasts will ever belong with beasts.
And, you know, that's what's so funny, is she's literally like, dominant and no, a common whore. Bitch, Benedicta could literally rip you in two. Like, you survive on the mercy of others. Like, she's taunting fucking Dion later. And it's like, you understand that he could turn into a dragon, just eat you, right? Like, he's not eating you because he's a good person. It's not that he couldn't, okay? He's a fucking space dragon. You would be done.
There are greater things in store for you, my darling Olivier.
I wonder
Soon
how...
enough, you shall be the crown prince of Sambrec. And when your father goes to meet Great Griga, you shall be emperor of all you survey. The old order shall come tumbling down, and you will rebuild the world in your glorious image. Soon,
and all of this, and like her son was fucking dead the whole time, pretty much. Like I don't know exactly when he killed Oliver, but Ultimate killed Oliver and was basically using him as a fucking puppet. A decent amount. I think about 117 hours this month. If we're talking about views, like 357,000. I'm not sure the total amount of watch time. That's just this month. I've had about 117 hours.
She's been in there for hours. Something must be wrong.
After the storm. Oh, hey, there's more side quests. Sweet!
Is it true what I'm hearing, Sid? You cracked another crystal?
Is it business or pleasure?
Platinum sword? That's cool.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Finished, are you?
Back, are ya? What do you want? No scratches, all right? Yeah, that should do you. Not bad, if I do say so myself. You can thank me later. No scratches, all right? Yeah, that should do you. And?
Hold on a second. I'll share the Discord link in the chat. Just give me a sec.
Let's see about planting those seeds then.
And with that being said, I actually am going to take a break for a little bit because I have been streaming for like 8 hours straight. I'll probably be back on later after I chill. Yeah, if you want to, you can. I'm just offering you the opportunity, man. It's just a small, chill group with people who are like-minded. But yeah, like I said, I've streamed about 8 hours. Yeah. So I'm going to take a break, probably eat something, chill out, and then get back to it. Probably play a different game. I figured now was a good stopping point since, just came to a major junction in the story. So I appreciate you watching. I'll be back later.